Seek the truth. Inner is free, plus I'm not for you. Both and are gone, what did they do? Repackage the debt, derivative change, 98% lost to financial gain. Look it up yourself, don't take my word. Networks of finance loan transfers. Usury prohibited within their home. Why your mortgage bleeds you to the bone. Be a currency, made up that central bank. The system said, prison, yeah, cold as sand. Dollar drop it, can't forget. Financial collapse, here's the proof. Second order derivatives climb while the dollar dies over time. These are facts.
Welcome back, danksters and dank. What is it? Dankettes. We agreed on dankettes. We've got Real Bays, Kelly Rabon. We might have one or two other joiners, so I wanted to bring them on, and obviously they're having me on, so we're three-way streaming right now. But thanks for joining, and it's good to see you guys again. And last night was fun, huh?
Last night was a lot of fun.
It was wild. I think today I said it was like chicken soup for the soul with a whole lot of adult language.
I thought, wait, my chat told me that I was on in PG mode. Was it that much adult language?
I mean, maybe for my standards, I don't know, but yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, we had a really good time. So obviously, as many of you know, Wolves in Finance has come out with an interesting video. I have a short debrief. It's going to take me less than 4 or 5 minutes at most to read it, to give an introduction to what we're going to be doing. But today we're going to actually go through the video. We're going to stop. We're going to react. We're going to talk. And first thing, I want you in the audience and all the danksters out there to know that from what I've seen, Zach from Wolves in Finance is a legitimate researcher. It doesn't appear to me that he's a grifter. I think we could agree on that. What do you two think? Right? So far, so good on that, on him. Not a grifter, legitimate reason to think
I give like at least 1.5 thumbs up.
Okay, cool. So I think he's done his homework, and look, first of all, we've seen Candace. I said last night in the live stream, I didn't know that a rabbit hole could get so deep, right? Now, this is where we're all like really reaching here to try to figure out what's going on. We're seeing the FBI now. Barron's brought out information when it comes to the police scanner. Jesse on Fire's put out some very interesting content. I've showed, along with Wolves in Finance, a lot of the financial malfeasance, I guess you could say, allegedly, from what I've seen. And he's been transparent, Zach, and that is what's been documented in his historical timeline regarding TPUSA versus what's theory. Right now, I respect that methodology because it's a lot closer to what I do, in contrary to what we see and what we're going to watch here today. And again, I respect his work. So when he pivots his working theory, I pay attention because he's brought out facts. Now he's made a major pivot here. Did you want to say something?
He made a major pivot. Yeah, it's so funny because so many people all day have been telling me to check out this video, and I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen a minute of it.
I'm glad that we're gonna get to blow this lid off.
You're in for a treat.
Really?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I'll say that. And again, he's made a major pivot, and he started like pretty much most of us, assuming Charlie Kirk was an innocent victim, perhaps a martyr narrative, wrong place, wrong time, and now he's walking that back. It seems to me, at least, completely. In his new position,
wait, he's walking it back.
Don't say anymore, Danks. Don't say anymore. We got to let him experience it in real time.
Yo, I didn't sleep enough. I didn't sleep enough for that kind of. All right, let's go. Whatever.
He's walking it back. Go. So his framework is
such a weird day.
It's pretty coherent. I think it's interesting. He drops a lot of different things, and the question I keep coming back to is what is driving all of this, and why is Cash Patel not pulling at any of these threads? We've got Brown Shirt Man.
Well, I got some theories on that.
Different, all kinds of the financial network, the Fort Huachuca. You know, the authorities in this space that should be running with it are not. At least that's what it appears to me. So I think we're gonna just dive right in and start from the beginning. And unless there's anything, I would love if anybody wants to say anything before. If not, we can just go for it. It's up to y'all. If you have something to say, I'd love to hear it.
I like for everybody to take a really deep breath, when we're like venturing into kind of uncharted territory. Everybody's coming together during these streams, like maybe with different thoughts, different perspectives. And I always encourage people to keep an open mind, both about what your theory is today, but also like what you thought even of Charlie or Turning Point in the past. That's what I always encourage people to think about. Approach with an open mind. So deep breath.
I didn't realize. All right, let's go. I'm excited now.
You didn't realize what?
No, no, let's just go.
Say it.
No. I don't want to spoil it for myself.
Okay. All right. Well, deep breath is taken. Mine was with some vape, and I'm ready. So
it was just what you guys both said about keep an open mind and with Charlie not being the victim. Because that, of all the messages people telling me, nobody said that part. I heard some other, occultist type talk, and some other names might be getting mentioned, but nobody ever said anything about Charlie.
So I've definitely done lots of research on this. I haven't publicly said a lot of the things that I could think. I'm very open to pretty much everything on the table, because I don't know the truth. Like, that's what we're here for. You know what I mean? And I think it's important to always stay open-minded. I've seen what Blake has put out. We hung out with him last night, and I was trying to get him to come join us. I think he's got something cooking in regards to wolves, but I think it's important that we all stay open-minded because we don't know the truth. That's why we're all here. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter really how we get there, but as long as we continue to pull threads, whether they seem unforgiving at points, which a lot of these can be. Jesse's is very unforgiving in the fact that it seems like he's all in. And we can't discount the fact that he could be right. I have not put a conclusion out there to what I think actually happened and what is the reality of the circumstance of how he ended up unalived. But at the end of the day, that takes me a lot longer to get to. I will say that all the financial irregularities that I've discovered, along with wolves, have been very intriguing, to say the least. And what you're going to see in this video is going to explain a lot about where I've been in my head, because I'm going to say what Wolves puts together here is interesting. So what I want you to do is put a 1 in the chat if you have not seen this video, and put a 2 in the chat if you have seen the video. That way we can get a feel for what the audience is experiencing. 1 if you have not seen the video. 2 if you have. So people that haven't seen it, put a 1. 2 for the rest that have already seen it. Let's get a feel. 2, 2, 1. And we're going to go ahead and start this show. And I'm going to run a poll as well. So let me see what the poll is going to say here real quick before we get started. I think I'm going to make it pretty brash. Do you think Charlie Kirk knew about all the financial irregularities in TPUSA? Yes or no? Poll is up. So, ready?
Buckle up.
Let's run it. My audio is not playing. What's going on? Oh, wait, it's because it's the intro. All right, here we go.
I don't hear anything.
You don't hear it?
No.
No, not yet.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm seeing it. There's no audio. My bad. Okay, I'll fix it right now. My bad. Pull the Baron. Pulling a Baron. There we go. Okay, this should be better.
I have uncovered some new information about who allegedly shot Charlie Kirk, and it's not Tyler Robinson. I've spent a lot of time researching what happened, and I think what most people do not understand about this case is how far down this rabbit hole goes. So get ready, we're going to go max.
And if you guys want me to pause it, just literally say pause, or whatever. Just say, let me. All right.
Let me start with the biggest problem of the Charlie Kirk investigation. We all started with the assumption that he was an innocent victim. He was a martyr. He could do no wrong. I think we all made the wrong assumption. Here's the issue. We are now at a tipping point where we have uncovered so many shady things that were going on around Charlie Kirk. It looks like there was so much wrongdoing that it is unbelievable that Charlie Kirk was unaware of at least some of what was going on. There were shady things in the financials of Turning Point, allegedly. There were violations of election laws, allegedly. There were strange connections between the staff at Turning Point and Fort Huachuca, allegedly. There was Erica Kirk's strange past, allegedly. There was just too much going on that I no longer believe Charlie Kirk was an innocent victim. He was a genius. You can tell that he was brilliant by just watching him speak. Well, he cannot be both a genius and completely unaware of what was going on around him. How could he not figure some of this stuff out? I think he not only knew about some of these alleged criminal activities, he was also involved at some level. And that changes the entire story about what happened on the day that he was murdered. In a previous video, I talked about Fort Huachuca. This is where they have the U.S. Army Intelligence Center of Excellence. I want to talk about this further. And I'm going to go back to the beginning. And stay with me because this all leads back to Charlie Kirk's murder. I'm going to go through some of the conspiracy theories of the last decade and try to pull out what is fact and what is fiction. I showed this photo in one of my previous videos. This is Charlie Kirk and Tyler Boyer in 2017, allegedly, at the inauguration night party at the Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C. They are making these weird hand signals. This is generally accepted as the hand sign for okay. But many of you have messaged me that that hand sign is also known to be used by Freemasons and the Illuminati. It symbolizes the all-seeing eye. I started looking into this. It's actually very strange. There are a lot of bizarre photos out there of celebrities and important people posing for photographs and flashing this hand sign. Now, I don't know about you, but I have never in my life posed for a photo while flashing this hand sign. Am I the only person who thinks this is strange? What is going on with all of these people taking these photos? Are they being told to do this by the Illuminati? We don't know, but I think it's kind of strange. Now, recently, I was playing a video game with my friends, and this happened.
But yeah, I've just started.
First of all, I had no idea he was playing like Minecraft on gaming stream and stuff. Like, this is kind of interesting for sure.
Mostly water. I don't know. It's always a good idea, especially in like a dry environment like Arizona is, where I'm at. It's always important to stay hydrated.
Did you see that? I flashed the same sign. Now, I swear I was not trying to send any bizarre secret message. That was just an inadvertent hand movement. I didn't even realize I was doing it. So I do admit that it is possible that someone can randomly make this hand sign. But here's the difference. I was not posing for a photograph. These guys are posing with this hand sign. And it's not just one person. They are both doing it. This is intentional. The more I look at this photograph, the more I realize how bizarre and creepy it is. It's even more strange in the context of this being the inauguration party for Donald Trump. It is like they're sending a message to a secret society as if to say, mission accomplished. Keep in mind that Tyler Boyer proudly states in his bio on the Turning Point website how he is a 7th generation Arizonan. He comes from a powerful Mormon.
Now, I do want to kind of go back here a little bit to this hand sign, right? So this photo is of Kirk and Boyer at the Trump inauguration party. I think it's in 2017, both throwing the OK sign, or going full Illuminati, which people have said Freemasonry, all-seeing eye. And I get why it catches the eye, right? So two guys posing for a photo at a historic political movement, throwing up this. It's almost like maybe one did it and then the other one did it. Or like, I can't imagine like, yo, are we going to throw up the sign, bro? Like, are you going to throw the sign out? Like, what do you guys think? Is this planned, or was it just like maybe Charlie did it and Tyler did it? I mean, is this like, what do you think about this? There's been discrepancy. People have talked about this in the past. Is there any input on this from you guys?
I mean, I can't imagine why they would be both making that same symbol. It's not a symbol that I've made in the photo with a friend before.
I want to watch a little more before I comment.
Okay.
I don't want to speak too soon.
All right. All good.
That Tyler Boyer proudly states in his bio on the Turning Point website how he is a 7th generation Arizonan. He comes from a powerful Mormon family. So it is not unreasonable to think that he is getting involved with Freemasons even at a young age. This photograph suggests to me that both Charlie Kirk and Tyler Boyer were part of some secret society from the beginning. What is also important is that this photograph happened before Candace Owens started working for Turning Point. This photograph was taken in January 2017. Candace started working at Turning Point in November 2017. Candace Owens has been doing the most thorough investigation into Charlie Kirk's death. She says this.
Yeah, Kanye sent this now infamous tweet. I love the way Candace Owens thinks. I believe, and I'm saying this retrospectively, that from that moment onward, Charlie and I were assigned handlers. Okay, this is an expression that Kanye used to say, have a handler. I thought that he was just saying that. I thought that he was referring to just Hollywood. I now very much believe that I have had handlers since 2018, and that things were done intentionally to pull me and Charlie apart.
What Candace Owens does not realize is that there is a growing possibility that her handler was Charlie Kirk himself. If Charlie Kirk was already involved in a secret society in 2017, it is likely that he was given the task of keeping an eye on Candace Owens. I think that Charlie Kirk was a double agent from the beginning. Candace has released a bunch of text messages between the two. Charlie Kirk says, "Are you ready for the war that's coming? We gonna fight, we gonna win, they will lose." Candace responds, "So effing exciting." Charlie says yes. Candace is not going to like me saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway because I think it's the truth. In my opinion, those text messages read like Charlie Kirk is trying to groom Candace Owens to become part of their secret operation. It did not work out because Candace Owens is really bad at taking orders from people. For some reason,
Are we gonna keep going without addressing anything, you guys?
Oh, I thought you were sorry. I'm like, if I could like, have my pause
just tell me.
button.
That's
Okay.
what I'm
Okay.
saying. Just tell me.
Got it. Sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead. You got something to say?
Oh, well, I mean, okay, we can stop and talk about the Candace thing. I mean, so the idea of her being handled.
Yes. So it's very interesting when he brought that up. Well, actually, he goes a little deeper. Now it makes sense to actually let him finish his thought.
I know. I was like, we're not quite done yet,
Yeah.
but I mean,
we can let it go a little more. Here, I'll back it up just a little bit, and then we can
I could
address
put the
it.
exclamation on it, and then we can.
Yeah, because he does make some points that we need to cover all of it.
Candace Owens to become part of their secret operation. It did not work out because Candace Owens is really bad at taking orders from people. For some reason, she's just not good at following orders. I don't think she would do very well in the military. And we know the rest of the story. Candace Owens left Turning Point, and the rest is history. The bottom line is this photograph exists, and there has to be an explanation for it. And if you think I've gone off the deep end, hold on, because there's a whole lot more. Charlie Kirk was murdered on September 10th, 2025. On October 19th, 2025, I made a video on my working theory of what actually happened. My initial reaction was that the intelligence community was somehow involved. I saw too many similarities with the JFK assassination, which many people now believe involved people within the CIA. I published that video 1 month after the murder. We now know so much more information, and I want to update my working theory. I now believe that in the US, there's a growing conflict going on between the different intelligence agencies. In the US, you have the national intelligence agencies like the CIA. Then
Pause it
each
real quick.
branch of the military has.
I've been saying that. I've been saying that. I've been saying that all of this stuff going on, that there are different factions of the intelligence agencies, that like when people talk about like the FBI or the CIA, that they think it's all just one big organization. And I've been saying that these are very big organizations, and that there are certain factions that are working in unison with factions of foreign intelligence, and that is the deep state. You have to think about how people are. I mean, even when you break it down to influencers, like on this platform, how there's like little rivalries and little cliquey stuff going on, like that is basic human nature. And just because people are rich and powerful and have all these connections, you think they're all singing Kumbaya behind the scenes? All these wars going on, you don't think that there are actually people on the other side? You think it's all just like, there are some people that are convinced that the whole world is a stage, and that all this stuff is like, they're just trying to like brainwash us and just mess with us, like it's all a psyop. It's like, no, it's just we're so low on the totem pole that we don't understand the real battles. We don't understand the true good versus evil. We don't know who the real good guys are and the bad guys are. And I'm sure a lot of the good guys don't want the bad, you know what I mean? Like they have their own, like think about it, like what the CIA and what these intelligence agencies are. They are spies. They infiltrate the same way that Robert Maxwell and J.E. and all these other different people were infiltrating us and infiltrating here. Like there is infiltrations going on all over the place. There are different people that have their own interests that are getting affected. It's a lot easier to identify certain interests now between the files and, what's taking place in Iran. We're seeing like a lot of this stuff we saw coming, but we don't understand the real stuff going on behind the scenes. We could sit here and guess. And, like for me, I only started researching this stuff over the summer, but using Bayes' theorem, I was kind of spot on what I was focused on. But there are a lot of different places that I don't even know where to look. And that's why I've been trying to do my networking and meet with people and learn more and understand more. Because I know that if I ended up with the right people on the right team, that I would be able to figure some of this shit out. And I think that there are different people that don't want that to happen, and that is part of the reason why I've been dealing with my nonsense. And that's why I keep saying, I keep telling and I know I'm going on a long one right now, and I'm going to wrap it up, but I keep telling everybody that watches my show that right now we are at a fork in the road, and everybody is telling you exactly who they are, and you need to listen. And they're going to tell you in different ways. Sometimes they're going to just flat out and say it, and sometimes you're just not going to hear a peep. There's going to be some silence. You know, sometimes things are just going to get ignored.
People are saying to turn. Multiple people said turn your volume up. I don't know if you.
My volume again. It must be a preset.
Yeah, maybe in your settings, but we caught it. I think most caught it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it might be a little too far away.
Yeah, bro. Go ahead, Kelly. It looks like you might.
Well, I mean, I think that you're on to something that's very interesting. I mean, there is really so much to unpack here. If you're speaking about Candace, like, I feel I've been leery, okay, of a lot of things, Candace, from the beginning. I've been supportive, but not just a 100%. She's got my stamp of approval because she has the biggest cult following. You know, and I think, Danks, did you say something earlier about, like, just because someone has a big following and a big presence doesn't mean that their information is better than anyone else's?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm not saying that you were referring in this case to Candace.
I was talking about somebody else, but yeah, there's somebody that I know.
I think that's a general rule of thumb that people should keep in mind as you are sifting through all of the different information sources, like throughout this and anything else in life, right? Anyway, when it comes to Charlie, I could see the way I thought that was a really interesting concept, the way that he pointed out those text messages, the way that he talked about a lot of those little intricacies there, and that she maybe couldn't be handled because she doesn't really like to follow directions.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that perspective. The point of being handled really is to not let them know that you're being handled. So I wouldn't say that if she was that she can't be in on it, right? If that's the case. Well, it's kind of deviated from the subject here on that, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things, like, I've seen just in the short time I've been with this platform, I've seen interesting personas that have very large followings that have incredible information, to say the least, or some is mixed with real information. Then they'll put other things that are obviously not true or AI generated. But I think that with Candace in particular, she is pulling on all the threads, because what she's seeing is what we're all seeing, and she's the lead call out of everybody of the lies that we're witnessing. She's catching the lies. So what are you to do when you are Candace, who essentially started Turning Point USA with Charlie, cares a lot about him? Really, this comes back to, was Charlie Kirk her handler, right? Did we get that far yet in the video? I don't know if we did, right? So that's a very interesting perspective, because I know that Candace is going to see this because she watches, at least I assume, she's going to be watching this video, Zach's video. And so I think that she'll address it. And one thing you got to realize is that when you're a handler, not saying that I know, but I would imagine when we watch like the movies or CIA, or when we hear like John Kiriakou talking about it, holy smokes, bro.
Woo.
Yo, don't mind me. You know, I'll be right back. I was getting a little tired. Yo, just so everybody knows, I'm on like 3 hours sleep. I've been either streaming all day or working all day or on a like this. I was kind of like just gonna take it easy, but now that I see where this is going, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna put some cold water on my face, and we are going to fucking rock and roll. And
There we go.
I might have to open the notes. I might have to open the notes tonight. I didn't think it was gonna be that kind of night, but it might be that kind of night. So you guys continue. Don't mind me.
All right.
I'll be right back.
All right. So
Okay.
I like it. That's what we need. I
All
think
right,
that it's
then.
important to remember that when it comes to, if they say that Charlie is a handler of Candace,
Mm-hmm.
and you see this strong relationship and this bond building up, that happens, right? I've seen it. John Kiriakou even said it. They get into these intimate relationships and it makes the work even better, right? Because the more connection that you build with somebody that you're handling, I would imagine makes it a much stronger, more just more able, I guess you could say, to get the work done, maybe, if I'm even making sense.
Yep. And okay, so I'm so sorry because I like keep looking to the side, and that's where I have the chat running on the side. And there are so many amazing comments in the chat, right? This chat is on fire, and you guys have such great perception. So I want to say thank you so much for weighing in, because y'all really do have some great points. And there was one, let me try to like,
You want to tell me which is that the one?
yes,
Are we that good?
one. And then there was one that was actually right before then, that leads into that. So I want to kind of expand on. Hold on, let's see.
Is it up?
But they all kind of like link up together. 1 second, a little bit.
Yeah, I'll pull them up and we can maybe Christine. Oh yeah, if you tell me the time, now I see what you're saying. If you can see the time, I can see it.
Right. It was something. It was about Candace being handled, but it reminded me of. Oh, here we go. It was at 7:29. Tanyel,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
CO was in the club. You don't walk away from the club. Okay. I was about to do a search. Okay. So I was about to do a search because I think I remember her talking about her sister, cousin, you guys. Somebody will remember this. Her cousin maybe coming over, someone who she's close to, and giving her some advice or something like that.
And then she brings her with her everywhere, huh?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was a phrase that was very similar to this phrase that Tanyel is saying. And it made me think like, ooh, that actually like that concept would double back if right, if we're just saying hypotheticals here, but like if Candace herself like were in the club, then
didn't that person go to the meeting with Erica in Nashville?
Yes. Yep. You're right. Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, for what that's worth.
Yeah. There's some lead up, you said? You want to pull the other ones?
That was a lead up to then that other comment that you just had up. Let's see here.
I think it was this one or this one.
Yeah, as soon as Wolves, so from Jackie W 335, as soon as Wolves mentioned handler, I thought about the call that Charlie made to Candace to tell her to answer the call from Trump.
I don't recall that situation.
Yes. So that was, I think, if I remember, that was in regards to the Macron thing.
Oh, so did Charlie connect them or Charlie tell her to answer the call from Trump regarding Macron wanting to discuss
to zip it. Yeah.
Yep.
Very
and
that it was time to like
All right,
So
Baze.
when y'all start thinking, everything like, look, okay, at the end of the day, you can build blocks in a bunch of different ways, right? You can build a bunch of different structures with the blocks that you have, with the evidence that you have at your disposal, right? But it is interesting to build a little structure with said evidence that we're working with right now.
Yeah, I think that it's quite interesting for sure. We can keep going. I don't know if Baze wants to keep going on this. Do you have something to say?
How you feeling over there?
I just want to say one thing real quick because I noticed a couple things in the chats. Now I know that I have a very small channel, by far the smallest channel out of everybody, but I don't care. If I'm on the platform, listen, we are about individual accountability and respect. This is not an echo chamber. If you see me on a show with other streamers, other influencers, it's not an echo chamber. Okay? If someone has an opinion that doesn't, align with yours, get over it. Like, you don't find out the truth unless you go down every avenue. If you're a scientist, you're going to do experiments. You're going to do every experiment, even the ones you don't believe in, because that's the only way that you're really going to find the truth. So please, just have a little respect, especially for the lady. That's all I have to say for now. Let's keep going. I'll have plenty
Candace
more to
is
say in a
building
little bit.
backgrounds of the players looking for odd bad behavior that's been lied about by the players in the last 6 months. Her reporting holds them to their words. Yeah, I mean, she's definitely... this is a really interesting perspective on the handle situation, on her being handled, because if you know her interpersonally, like, imagine that you were working with her on a one-on-one basis or a team group basis before, and you know how she is. You can, if you're smart enough and you have more wisdom or age or experience in psychology of the human person, then I could imagine they're like, we have to watch out for this person. So we need to put somebody on. I'm not saying that she is handled, but Zach, didn't he? It was definite. No, he felt definite that she's being handled by Charlie. That's what it seems like. And it would make sense.
Let's see. It seemed like he at least felt there was a reasonable likelihood. That was my takeaway. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Should we keep going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's run it.
Has our own intelligence agencies like the different intelligence agencies. In the US, you have the national intelligence agencies like the CIA. Then each branch of the military has their own intelligence. CIA headquarters is in Langley, Virginia, which is only 8 miles from downtown Washington, D.C. The CIA tends to lean Democrat. We know this because of their involvement in scandals like the Russian collusion hoax during Hillary Clinton's election and the hoax about the Hunter Biden laptop during Joe Biden's election. In both of those situations, the CIA used their power to try to swing the presidential election for the Democrats. The military is different. They are spread out on bases throughout the country, and they tend to lean Republican. Now imagine this scenario. Military intelligence is sitting there, watching the CIA commit crimes during the Russian collusion hoax. We now understand that Obama directed the CIA to produce the 2017 ICA using the unreliable Steele dossier to claim Russia helped Trump win. Military intelligence is watching this and thinking, if the CIA is breaking the law to try to get their candidate to win, we're going to do the same thing. If you think this is not possible, do you know who convinced Donald Trump to run for president when he announced the first time in 2015? It was someone from the military. We know this because Trump said it himself in a speech.
2015, I sat with Joe at a dinner, and believe it or not, I was getting a big award from the Marines. And Joe was presenting the awards, and I had no even thought of running for president. And I said to my wife and family, look at that guy. He's a great looking guy, isn't he? He's like central casting. He's like right out of Hollywood. But he made the great presentation that night, And I got to talk to him because I sat with him and Ellen and his son, Patrick. And I was asking Joe lots of questions about the military. He said, "You really enjoy this, don't you?" I said, "Well, I just love our country. It's very important to me. I love our country." I said, "I don't know. What do you think? Should I give it a shot?" This was before it was public. He was one of the first people I asked. I said, "What do you think? You think I'd have a shot? If I get it, we're going to rebuild that military. It's going to be stronger than ever before." And he helped me form an opinion. He gave me a lot of information, and he has ever since. So for that, I want to thank you and Ellen, and I want to thank Patrick. I hope I got his name right. It's a long time ago, but I think his name was Patrick, right? Did I do good?
This is the story Trump tells.
You'll notice they all like turn to the side and like look. I mean, it's just so weird. But also real quick, they're like, "Oh." I wanted to say too, though, props to Slothy at 7:39 in the comment. Or at least on my end, it's 7:39. Mia said, "Yep, there you go." So she went back and, Slothy went back and looked up and said, Mia said that you don't live in a gang and walk free. You get the living beat out of you or pew-pewed. And that was in that conversation with Candace, just for overall context as to what we were talking about a little while ago.
What is this? What happened? I didn't see Baron's stream tonight. What's going on? Baron Coleman teased an explosive podcast that will transform the investigation and proceed to talk about a tweet and a cipher. The grifting is out of control. I don't know what you're talking about.
A tweet and a cipher.
Yeah. I guess I got to go back and watch it, but we were live when he went on. We lost half of the more than half on my end to go watch Baron. But anyways, as far as all of this stuff happening with Trump, it's interesting because it's like everything that Wolf says compounds one after another, and you'll see once we continue playing it again that Trump, this gets into the QAnon section. And I think it's very, very strange, but also interesting because when you start thinking about the whole picture, and we've always thought this is from the top down, it goes all the way up, right? So as we get further along, I want everyone to consider what we've all believed from the very beginning is that this is this was from the highest of high in our country, and that something strange happened with Charlie in regards from the top down. People allegedly are involved from the cabinet and whatnot. I don't know. That's what I believe everyone is agreed with. That's what it seems to be when you look at Cash Patel and the FBI and the way they've interacted with the investigation. And as we move further along, you'll see exactly why I even mentioned that.
Good.
This is the story Trump tells. In 2015, he had no idea he was going to run for president. He was at this dinner for the Marines, and he was approached by Joseph Dunford. Joseph Dunford was the commandant of the Marine Corps, which is the highest ranking officer for the Marines. He became the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff under the end of Obama's term and the beginning of Trump's. This military man told Donald Trump something at this dinner convinced him to resent. Joseph Dunford's background is interesting. Senior level Marines typically attend the Marine Corps War College. Joseph Dunford did not attend the Marine Corps War College. Instead, he attended the U.S. Army War College. That means that his personal network included a lot of people from the Army. You are going to see that the U.S. Army is a recurring theme in this video. So Donald Trump starts to run for president against Hillary Clinton. And this happened during the debates.
And that's why 10 people who have had that awesome responsibility have come out and in an unprecedented way said they would not trust Donald Trump with the nuclear codes or to have his finger on the nuclear button.
I have 200 generals and admirals, 21 endorsing me.
Donald Trump said that he was endorsed by 200 generals and admirals. This was a strange comment to make. He made this claim multiple times during the campaign, but never produced a list of the 200 generals and admirals. In fact, he produced a list of only 88 endorsements by generals and admirals. The media had a field day with this, and they claimed that Donald Trump was lying. I don't think that's what happened. I think that he was endorsed by these generals in secret, and only 88 wanted to endorse him publicly. But it sounds to me like he was getting additional support behind the scenes from the military. I want to go back to this image that I showed in a previous video. This is the emblem for the 110th Military Intelligence Brigade. This gold and oriental blue are the official colors of military intelligence. Now I'm going to show you Donald Trump's inauguration speech in January 2017. Do you notice that the person standing behind Donald Trump is wearing the colors of military intelligence?
This is very astute. It's very astute.
I would have never noticed that. So that was very interesting.
Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning because today we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people.
Now, the crowd is eating this up, but I think it is significant that the person standing behind Donald Trump's shoulder during his inauguration speech is military intelligence. Then in 2017, the DoD spends $2.4 million to lease space in Trump Tower. Now, I know that the president needs extra security, but this seems a little extreme, given that Trump barely spent any time at Trump Tower during his presidency. Someone who is key to understanding what is going on is the comedian Roseanne Barr.
Greetings, Earthlings and humans and others and any members of the animal kingdom who like to tune in because they love my voice. They understand that finally a voice of intelligence has pierced this realm of bullshit. Welcome to the Roseanne Barr podcast.
Now, she is known for saying some controversial things. A lot of people laugh her off because she is a comedian. I think we should have all taken Roseanne a little bit more seriously. She has a podcast where she interviewed Derek Johnson. Derek Johnson is a pretty extreme conspiracy theorist. His theory is that Donald Trump was a military plant. He believes that Joe Biden was executed and replaced with a body double, and that Donald Trump has been the president this whole time. That sounds pretty wild. But in hindsight, they say some pretty interesting things in this interview.
They don't realize, they think military.
This is what I want to say real quick before we get any further. I have a strange feeling as I watch the chat that there's about to be another division taking happening somewhere along the way in the next week. I think that there's going to be some sort of attacking on people. I'm noticing things, and it's not in particular to what people are saying in Barron's chat. I think it's or what they're saying happened in Barron's live or whatever happened. I don't know. I have to go see, but I just noticed the energy of the chat starting to shift back towards when Fort Huachuca started up again. Is that just me?
No.
Nope, Kelly, you go first.
I think right now there's so much tension also just sort of swirling around. There's a lot of uncertainty with what's going on in the country, with what just happened over the weekend and what this is going to mean for a lot of things. In addition to now we're seeing this trickle, but it has been like a subtly increasing thing. But yeah, I'm getting a sense in the chat too.
I think,
I don't know if something just needs to like pop or what, but it does feel like it's edging on Fort Huachuca tension.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think it's just Fort Huachuca tension. I think it also has to do with Trump. I mean, like we're talking about it right now. And, before referencing Q and MAGA, over the last couple of years, everybody believed in Trump. I mean, like everybody that believed in Trump, like the right. I mean, obviously the left didn't, but I'm saying that the right believed in Trump. and really rallied behind him coming up to this election. And we got betrayed. We got betrayed. Whether it's the wars, the files, the economy, America first, you name it. We got betrayed every which way. And I feel like once that happened, a lot of people started trying to find someone else to rally behind. And especially with Charlie Kirk, you know, what happened to him, every emotions got very high and certain things got connected. Certain events got connected to certain people, especially with Candace. And, you know, there seems to be this like similar energy. I can't really explain it. And don't get me wrong, like, you know, shout out to Candace Owens. You know, like whatever's going to be said here, I'm going to like sleep on things. Like I'm not going to jump to conclusions like I have in the past about things. But, you know, like people are very defensive of her. And I noticed that the second someone seems to like disagree a little bit, that there's this like big backlash. And, you know, also, you know, because I'm not going to lie, I got a couple of messages about Barron's chat, and I was told that some of it may have pertained to me. And, you know, it might be kind of a misunderstanding because, I mean, you guys know the story. The other day I was live, my live got cut. And then I was live again 2 days later. My chat went all weird. They couldn't speak in English. And I went on this like angry rah-rah rant. Like, we got to go grassroots. We got to da-da-da. We got to do this. We got to do that. And I think that my base started reaching out to the people that they know that I support, especially the people that like I send a lot of supers to and tips and that have shouted me out in the past. And I heard that that happened this week and that there was a little bit of a reaction that they weren't expecting. I think some people were expecting kind of a shout out, and then there was like a little silence and a little shit talking from some mods. And like, I'm not jumping to conclusions myself. Shout out to Barron. Shout out to the mods. Like, I don't know. Like, I messaged Barron's sister last week. Like, there's no, you know. So like, whatever that is, and the people messaging me, like, shout out to you guys. Like, I think it's so awesome that I have this like loyal following that's building that like I can, you know, like right now on my end, I got 40 people, you know, so I'm doing lives with 40, 50 people. So the fact that there's like anything going on at all, that's like a blip on the radar, like that is awesome. Like just imagine what's going to happen if I had 4,000 followers, you know what I mean? Like the kind of changes that we could actually make, the kind of shit that we're going to be able to stir up. But yeah, I just wanted to get that out of the way. And remember, peace and love. I'm sorry if I came off aggressive before. I saw a couple people, you know, take some jabs at Kelly. I don't like when people talk bad about women. You know, like I went on a little rant yesterday about Paramount Tactical, another guy who I don't even watch or follow because he did something I thought was kind of shitty. So listen, you want to say stuff about me? You want to say stuff about Danks? You want to say, leave the women alone, please. All right, let's keep going.
But I'll handle you if I need to.
Yes, yes.
Don't get
Kelly
it
is a
twisted.
beast. Don't get it twisted. That's right.
Yeah, I could see the dominatrix action going. I don't know if what's the
And shout out to Mad World 1984 because she's right. I might have 40, but I got the 40 most based all day.
Absolutely. Yeah, dude, your chat
Love that.
pops. Yeah, I mean, we'll keep it going here, but you know, again, we have to be aware. And if I have to play Jess's video about bringing us all back together later, I will. But that's not due right now. I think that we're all still trying to get to the same point, is figuring out what happened. And actually, I think we're closer than we ever have been, to be honest.
Yep.
All of this has gotten to this point. We've covered a lot of information, all of us.
Yep.
So let's keep it moving. I just wanted to address that because I can feel it happening.
you.
I can feel the
Yeah.
tension. It's not just this chat. It was earlier in the members only. It was, you know, I've seen it around on different places. So
Mhm.
Hold on. I got to say one more thing real quick because someone in my chat is right. Erica Kirk is the exception. You could talk as much shit about that lying POS as you want. Okay, you're right. You're right. Erica Kirk, Hillary Clinton, but like, let's try to keep it there. Let's just Ghislaine Maxwell. All right, there's your three. There's your three. Go nuts.
That one out.
There's your three. Go nuts.
well, let me.
We can't
let me
talk about
remind you,
Brigitte Macron for, you know, sketchy
you gotta
reasons.
just
We'll leave
take
that
it
one
easy,
out.
bro. The Dow is up. All right, so we need to take it easy. Bro.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yo,
to see where it's-
I've ripped it to
I
Pambondi
fear
enough.
seeing where it's at tomorrow. I fear seeing where it's at tomorrow. Oh gosh.
It's a separate entity.
Okay, so just to
They say some pretty interesting things in this interview.
They don't realize, they think military is a part of the government. It's not. It's a separate entity.
Okay, so just to stop you here, because this is really good information. It's your theory, right, that everything happening now the last 3.5 years as Biden is president is actually a military operation conducted and controlled and ran by Donald Trump, who's still the commander in chief, right?
Well, now, and I would say it too is this, that first portion, yes.
Okay.
When I say commander in chief, I want people to realize that you never, so it's a wartime president is the actual term.
Okay.
Oh, I
So
want
he's-
you to start here. Wait,
Well, yeah.
he'll answer it. But you said a line was drawn in the sand in 2016. What was that line?
But April 2016, Special Operations Command put out a publication. And inside that publication, it's got a diagram in there. And I tell people, I joke about the old pyramid schemes. You know, I used to have buddies that were getting pyramid schemes in college, and they get you the first time.
He is correct that something's
Before we keep going, I want to address this. So I think that with the so Kitty threw a $5. I didn't want to go too far on. Baron and Candace, Meathead, Valhalla, all do that OK symbol a lot. Why? It's been bothering me. You know, that's what we're trying to figure out. I think that I think it also, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've done this. I guess I can, when I do it, I imagine I've done this before, like, but also you got to remember when you see things subliminally, you might even do them yourselves. So it could just be as simple as that. Sometimes we read into things, but also this is a continuation of a sign that we've seen before, and it's been addressed that this is an Illuminati symbol. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the case, right? I just wanted to just put my little 2 on there.
And to that point, also, like I had someone a few months ago, gosh, I guess this was back in November or so, or it must have been December. It was like my first live stream that I had done by myself. And afterward, I had someone tell me, hey, you did this symbol. And it was like what Erica did, you know, when she made this symbol thing at the end. And I'm like, there's no way. That's not something that I would do, you know? And anyway, it was just like, I don't even know. It was like at the very end, and I was saying bye. That is like not something that I would do. So yeah, I guess sometimes you just don't even think about, I don't know. But if it's something that someone's repeatedly doing.
I mean, it could happen on like on accident, on auto.
Context is key, I guess.
I mean, I was a teenager in the early 2000s. I used to listen to a lot of Jay-Z. Everybody was always throwing that up. You know, you see people, it's like, and you got to remember too, this symbolism, it's all over the music industry, all the music videos. So you're going to have a lot of people that do it because they see it. You know what I mean? Like they don't understand what they're doing. And I don't think that just pertains to children. I think that there are plenty of adults that might do something here and there because they see someone else do it. They think it's cool, or like for whatever reason. So, I mean, the idea that every single person that does it is connected to something is kind of ridiculous. I think that you have to, you know, that's when you start using bays. You start looking into who they surround themselves with and look for common denominators. Who are they making their money with? Who are they socializing with? Who are they marrying? Is there anything there? Any connections? You know, go back a little bit. And then you start making those kind of assessments. But just to like pull up a random picture with no context and it's like, oh, look, that means, you know, it's like, nah. I
mean, thanks for the super chat, Kitty. And then, and I'll probably wait if we get more after this one and we'll keep going. But Candace and Love Jesus 19675 $5. Candace and Charlie both make the Freemason sign in the picture of them sitting together. I tried to look just now when I saw that. I didn't find it, but I'll look again. But thanks for the super. That's interesting for sure. Let's keep going.
Something strange did happen in 2016. The U.S. Army published this document, the Unconventional Warfare Pocket Guide. This was published during Donald Trump's first election campaign. This guide contains something called the SORO Diagram. It shows different techniques on how to conduct unconventional warfare. The pocket guide describes this as unconventional warfare is the support to a resistance movement. The idea is to use covert operations to achieve political power. This is a whole list of things you can do to influence a population, and you should note that this list includes assassination. Now, I want to be clear about what is legal here. It is legal for the US to assassinate someone as long as it is part of an official military operation if they can justify that national security is at risk. For instance, assassinating an al-Qaeda leader in Afghanistan was considered legal as part of the US war on terror. This was all explained in the official Department of Defense Law of War manual. So in certain circumstances, assassination is legal. But I think anyone would have a hard time justifying that the assassination of an American citizen like Charlie Kirk would be for national security. Something like that should be prosecuted as murder in a court of law. The US Army actually published a number of publications about the SORO diagram during this same time period. Here's another example from an article in 2017 in Special Warfare, which is a professional journal of US Army Special Forces, also published out of Fort Bragg. So we have multiple publications of the SORO diagram and US Army documents around 2016 to 2017. This was clearly a topic of conversation within the Army at this time. The question we should be asking ourselves is why? Were they using unconventional warfare against the American people?
President Trump's the face of the operation. Beautifully because of this. He was an outsider. And then he also had a military background as he went to a military academy. And I know some veterans struggle with that, but whatever. He was a school where he was sent off.
Yeah.
He didn't go home every day, like sent off.
He knows better than the average.
Right. He knows better than the average. He's also a brilliant businessman in other manners. And some people are going to argue with that, but
And
whatever.
builder.
But a builder, innovative. He knows a lot of people all over the world. And then the people who argue with that, well,
Check this out. Trump's New York Military Academy portrait with borrowed medals. I had no idea. So that's
Oh,
kind of
shit.
interesting. Yeah, I looked it up
Say that
after.
again?
Yeah, so he basically comes back here. If you want, I can go back. He says it right here.
Power. This is a whole list of things you can do an al-Qaeda leader. Now, I want to be clear about what is legal here. It is legal
says
for
it.
the
Does it
US
say
to
back here?
assassinate someone as long as it is part of an official military operation if they can justify that national security is at risk. For instance, assassinating an al-Qaeda leader in
So
Afghanistan.
basically, what I
Wait,
kind of messed up the
okay.
timeline here, but what he's saying is that Trump was in the military academy, and because of this, maybe he has a better understanding of and connections to the military, adding him into the layer of QAnon and potentially working with the military to do whatever. And this is evidence of that. Well, according to Wikipedia, and then basically here I put this, and then there's information. I mean, we could Google AI it.
What are your thoughts on QAnon?
I don't know enough about it. From what I heard, and I've been learning more about it lately, especially today. I talked to the homie Severe, who was going to join us, but he can't. And also I listened to some other podcasts after this one today from What Was Finance. It's basically what it is to me, and I'm going to sound dumb because, again, I don't know, but it seems like a psychological operation by the military to make people believe certain things, I guess. I don't really know or understand it, but this was thick in the weeds back in COVID time, trying to basically get people to believe one thing or another. I don't know if I'm
Yeah, it
butchering
seemed
that.
to me that it was a psyop. That people were getting ready to do something like everyone's spider senses were going off, and it's what do we do? What do we do? And in order to contain it, that it's listen, just wait for the instructions. Just wait. It's coming. Trust the system. And they're posting all these pictures of Trump. Trump's gonna save us. Just wait. JFK Jr.'s coming back. And then it's we get COVID. You know what I mean?
And of, like,
We
keeping
get
people in a heightened sense of like anxiety, but like hanging on the next drop. Is that what you're saying, Baze?
I'm sorry, what'd you say again?
That it was kind of keeping people in this.
It was a
like
carrot on a
heightened
stick
sense
to ice the
of
puck and to make sure
anxiety.
that people
Yeah.
don't react. No, not even. It's
Oh, okay.
I think that people that had the heightened sense to make sure that they wouldn't react. It's like keep
Got
them in
it.
check. It's like just sit back. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna save the country. And everyone's just like standing there waiting while, you know.
This is perfect timing. We were just talking about QAnon and like what all this means. Look who showed up. What's up?
What's
bro?
happening, bro? Good to see you, man. Good to be
Like
back.
you just dropped right out of the sky.
Yeah,
Perfect timing.
Little leprechaun. So
we
were being asked about what is QAnon, and like, did you watched Wolves of Finance today? I assume you probably did, unless
I
we're
caught
in the
part
middle.
of it, and then I saw part of what you were just playing when I got back home.
Okay, so yeah, we were just kind of discussing that. Now with Trump verifiably being in military academy, you know more about Q than probably all of us, I would imagine, since you struggled with that in the past and they tried to annex you from X and all this stuff. So what does Trump being in the military academy as a youngster, does this connect him to Q in your eyes?
I mean, it could. Honestly, I never even looked at it from that angle before or thought of it from that angle, but I mean, it could. Because apparently Q was supposed to be a military operation. They say it all the time in the drops that were put out there on the chans and on the boards and everything, that military is the only way. And when they say that, that means the only way to actually circumvent the deep state and try to regain control from these people. So, I mean, it could be. I've really never looked at it from that angle before, but it's a good question. It's a really good question.
Is it a military operation?
That's what they say it is. I mean, that's the whole problem with this thing, right? Is that nobody could really actually prove what it is or who's conducting it. All we know for certain is that on these boards, on 4chan, 8chan, 8kun, all of these different boards that they had, that there were people that were using what they call a trip code, which is essentially a signifier. It's your signature that lets people know that the posts are coming from that account or that person specifically. It's like if you had a Bitcoin wallet and that your access to that, it is only you that has that. No one else could get that. It just, you can't do anything to like circumvent that. Same kind of thing. So at that time, all these posts were coming from the same account, and they were saying that it was the military working in tandem with really high profile, movers and shakers that could get this thing done. But I mean, that's a tall order. Like I was saying before you went live, when we were just chopping it up, they say it's a group of either 10 people or less. So when you look at it in that scope, it's pretty wild, man, that a group of 10 people are behind the scenes putting this entire thing together and working in coordination with each other to take down literally the most evil forces that are ruining the planet and ruining the experience here for all of us. So yeah, quite a tall order. Whether that's actually what's happening or not, I think that's the part that's up for debate. Who was posting all this stuff? If it was someone, a lot of people thought it was General Flynn at one point. There are posts that say Q+ and Q++. People thought that was Melania Trump at one point that was posting the stuff.
Is this where is this? Where are you saying posting at? What do you mean?
On the message boards on 4chan.
4chan?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you just if you were to Google like Q posts, you would see images of the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. And there
Is it still available, or was the stuff deleted?
No, it's still available. You could still pull all these old posts up. I believe QAG.com might be one of the sites that pulls all of the posts
QAlerts.pub, is that Q? Alerts here. I can just look at images and see. So
I remember I watched a documentary on it. It was like a little limited series on HBO. This is like before I realized like just how far into like Operation Mockingbird a lot of those limited series and documentaries are. But they just made the whole Q thing look so silly.
Which
like they
gives,
really did.
Which kind of gives it more credence, right? Because when you see mainstream media and you see like a Netflix or an HBO or a Hulu or one of these companies attacking something, I think that we pretty much have been conditioned over time to not trust what they're saying. So it kind of gives a little more power to it when it gets attacked relentlessly. I literally lost all my social media accounts. I lost my access to my Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all cash transfer sites at that time, for creating that kind of content and discussing that kind of stuff. And the purge of 2020, right around the COVID time, they got rid of all the Q peeps. Everyone that was creating that kind of content on YouTube, all got swept off the internet at the exact same time within a week of each other. So when you look at it from that angle, it's like, if this isn't real and this is something that's so easy to debunk, then why are these people such a threat to you that you need to ruin their lives?
when you say creating that kind of content, were you creating in favor of Q, or what do you mean exactly?
Well, in the space of what I was doing, I was killing it on Twitter. This is what I had like 100,000 followers before they originally ganked my account and completely destroyed it. But the stuff I was doing at the time was a lot of threats, just a lot of research, a lot of digging and diving and looking into the stuff that was in the drops. So what the drops would essentially do is kind of point in a certain direction, kind of put a flashlight on something and say, it's up to you to look into this, but you should look into this because there's some crazy shit going on with these people, these organizations, whatever it was putting the laser pointer on. And then everyone would collectively just start digging, doing research, looking into it, putting up threads and really trying to flesh out the information. And what I was doing on top of it was creating music in real time to all of the stuff that I was learning about, that everyone at the same time was learning about during the Great Awakening. So it wasn't either pro-Q or anti-Q. It's more just calling balls and strikes of what we're seeing out there with people waking up to all of this stuff collectively.
Yeah, I just put in Q drops to see if anything came up. Is this like an example of a Q drop? I imagine maybe. So this is on abc.net, but it's like Sky event, 6-year delta to the day. How many coincidence before it becomes mathematically impossible? Wait until you learn who has been talking to you here. Q.
There you go. Yeah, stuff like that. Very cryptic, very kind of open-ended, not really telling you anything, but very heavily insinuating that it's like Trump and his team that are behind it and that are the ones that are responsible, supposedly, for taking down the deep state. But now I will add a caveat to that Marjorie Taylor Greene came out last week, or maybe it was the week before that. And their big thing in the Q community is taking stuff that Trump posts or Dan Scavino or other people that are in his direct circle of influence. They'll look at their tweets and they'll look at the time that it was posted or the date that it was posted, and they'll tie it back to one of the Q posts from years ago, and they call that a delta. So if the times match up or the dates match up, and it kind of looks like it's pointing towards a certain thing, they will call that a Q proof. So these Q proofs are like in the thousands at this point, which is kind of wild. But long story short, Marjorie Taylor Greene came out and said, listen, I know how this works, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news and, don't kill the messenger. But Trump and his team does this shit with you people just because they know you eat it up. There's nothing behind it at all. But he's throwing you guys red meat just to keep stringing you along so that you don't resist any of this shit. Which is a wild thing to come out and say, especially when she would know. You know what I mean? Like whether she's being honest or not, or just blowing smoke, I have no idea. But for her to come out and basically say that is a wild thing to throw out there, man. And of course,
I mean, I think it would have been wild like 5 or 6 years ago. I don't really think it's wild anymore. I mean,
Hold on,
I
I'm
think
lost. Who are we talking about? And what did we say? What did they
Oh,
say?
Marjorie Taylor Greene basically
Oh.
came out and said, all you guys that believe in Q because of the stuff that Trump posts or the stuff that Scavino posts, they do that purposely just to mess with y'all, just to throw you red meat, just to throw you off the trail.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of felt like that from day one for me. Like I thought the whole thing was weird, you know, because I supported Trump anyway, and then I'm seeing all the Q stuff, and I'm like, you know what I mean? Like it had no correlation whatsoever with my support for Trump.
So how long have you, only because I don't know your guys' background and stuff, how long have you supported Trump? Like since the first term, since 2016?
Yeah, since he was running against Hillary Clinton, I would have supported almost any. I would have supported almost anybody
over Clinton.
Yeah, so it wasn't a matter of, you know, and then everything got so messy, especially towards the end of that first term. You know, like I said, going into COVID and everything, and then there was like the Biden nightmare, and it's like, all right, it's either going to be Trump or Kamala. Like obviously Trump. Like let's go, you know. But even then, after the first term, you know, because I was all like rah against Hillary, and I was supporting Trump, but I was never like really on the, you know, the first term. And then the second term, I was more Tulsi. I'm like, yo, you want a woman for president? Especially when Tulsi basically shut down Kamala Harris at the primary debates.
Yeah.
I was like, yo, Tulsi all day. And everyone's like, oh, but she's a Democrat. It's like, yo, I don't care. They're all scumbags. Like both sides. Like, what are we talking about? Who cares? Like individuals. Yeah. I don't care what party they are. I care that they're honest. Like she has military experience. She's talking against the wars. She's calling out corrupt Democrats. Like, what do you want? You going to vote for the other side all the time? Or wouldn't it be nice to actually have someone with some integrity, like take the party back? You know what I mean? Like,
I think that's where a lot of people are heading right now, is realizing that left, right, two wings of the same.
I say it all the time. It's WWE. We're all a bunch of marks. We're all a bunch of marks. It's WWE. They all answer to the boss. You got Rothschild, McMahon, and the Rockefellers in the background. They say jump. It's how high.
Don't talk about that WWE. You know what? Right here, you got an old school WWF fan.
Oh, me too. Me too. I don't say it with disrespect. I love wrestling. I watch wrestling. I use the references all the time. And I say that in wrestling, the best rivalries are when there's actually legitimate bad blood and real competition. And that's the same thing with the politics. It's the best show when you could tell they really don't like each other. But at the end of the day, if Vince McMahon says, listen, bitch, you're getting pinned clean, like that's it. That's what it's going to be every time. And it's the same thing with our politics. If these deep state guys upstairs say, listen, like, this is what it is. You're going to vote this way. It's like, oh, but I've been campaigning saying, yeah, cool story, bro. Like, vote. You know what I mean? And if you don't, all of a sudden, I don't know. You know, what was her name in Minnesota? Melissa Hortman?
I don't.
The one that her and her husband got a couple months ago? The only Democrat to vote against the party?
Yeah.
Bro, how
And she
crazy
looked
was that
she
that
looked all
person
afraid
was
and
in
like, I did what I thought was right. And then her and her husband, you know what I mean?
Didn't that person get blasted like inside of Congress or the White House or some shit like that? The guy like pulled out a firearm and just blasted somebody right in the middle of all of
No. I think he showed up to her house and took out her and her husband.
This was in their home. Yeah.
But it was all on camera.
It was someone
like
that
during the
used
middle
to,
of
if I'm not mistaken, it's someone that used to work for Tim Walz. I could be mistaken, so don't quote me.
Yeah.
I know there was some sort of connection.
It surfaced again when Tim Walz was. Yeah, that stuff is crazy. The guy just like took somebody's life right there in front of a whole bunch of politicians, and then said that Tim Walz paid him to do it.
But it makes me think sometimes, you know, like when you see this going on in our politics, and you know, like even with the president's Congress, whatever, all this WWE crap. Like, what makes you think it can't happen, like in our space with influencers?
Oh, it absolutely does.
You know what I mean? That's
believe that.
Yeah, of course it does. This is the best place to do it.
And it's the same. It's no different than two musicians putting on a fake beef with each other so they could both get eyes on their projects.
It's like East Coast, West Coast rap in the 90s.
Yes, exactly that.
Yeah, I mean,
And not only can
that's
you drive record sales, but you could drive a whole narrative through doing that. And that's what these people do more than anything. It's not just like the divide and conquer thing. It's the fact that they could create whatever narrative they have and have people remain tribalistic. And you got to either pick left or right. And that's what I was saying before. I think a lot of people are realizing I don't pick either. I want someone that's going to be honest and someone that's going to do the right thing. I don't care what party that is. I don't care what color that's under, but give me someone that's not going to gaslight us into oblivion. I think people have just honestly had it and see it for what it is now. It's a clown show, dude. And these people are all in bed together.
I'm going to read this and then we'll keep it moving. Kitty Whiskers is stuck on the OK symbol. Baron, thanks for the super chat. Baron said tonight, the OK symbol means a mega meme. Nope. I've never seen anyone other than Hollywood do it until Candace, Baron, and Valhalla doing it a lot in every show. WTF. Again, I don't know, man. It is strange. I will say that. When you put Valhalla in there, then it makes me think, like, I don't know. I mean, I don't see him as that kind of person. I think
Yo, shout out to Valhalla.
Yeah.
You know, and listen, like even with that, like I don't like know him personally, you know, like whatever. But like for me, at this point, it's like you really just have to just use your judgment on your interactions with people. You interact with somebody enough, you're gonna get to know them. You're gonna see, you know, how they are. You're gonna see if they change, what makes them change, you know. And like so far, the limited interactions I've had with Valhalla, he's been a pretty freaking awesome dude. And I've seen him get a lot of hate on the internet, and I don't know, it never really felt justified to me. You know?
So someone
just say,
someone's saying in this one, the OK sign, you bend your fingers. So I guess if I were to do it naturally, I would go like this, right? And that's what Charlie and them did. I'll try to get back to this. Was it 8:20? So if I can find that image.
Well, you know why they say that that's a bad thing anyway, right? Like why that's a bad symbol, like what that actually symbolizes with the
the Illuminati and all that.
But why it actually, like why that would be specifically that symbol would be that. Look at the image that you have up there right now. Not saying that I co-sign this, but the people that do say that that's an evil symbol and that they deal in symbolism and imagery and that kind of stuff. If you look, it actually forms 3 6s.
Oh.
So it's a 666.
It does.
It's 1, 2. Well, together. Oh, because what is the circle supposed to?
The circle's the loop, and then it's.
Yes.
Can you see?
6,
6, 6.
So that's why they say that they use that as part of their symbolism.
And listen, I'm not going to say anything like specifically about this picture, but like when I talk about my research and I talk about Bayes' theorem and probability models, every single rabbit hole that I've gone down, every single rabbit hole, whether I start from here or here or here, you go deep enough, you always get to Jesus, and you always get to this theory that the world is run by a bunch of devil worshippers. It's these Masonic, occultist people, and everything is a battle of souls, and that they're playing by their own rules. Like they can't just like take your soul. They have to like get you to give in. You have to like hand it over. It's kind of like vampires. You got to invite them in.
Yes.
This seems like a hot topic. I mean, everybody is interested in this.
That's why they smuggle all of this stuff in, because even if it's only done at a subliminal level and people take this stuff in, whether it's music or whether it's movies, TV shows, commercials, pictures, whatever it is, in their book, the way that it works with like karmic law and things like that, in their book, the reason why they're allowed to do these things, because believe it or not, they do operate by a code. People think that they just are lawless and reckless.
They definitely operate by a code.
It's a very strict code. And the biggest part of it is that people have to be accepting of the things that they're doing. So in their view, if they're putting all this stuff out and no one's pushing back against it, and there's no mass pushback against the evil shit that they're doing, then in their book, hey, it's a go. You know what I mean? If these people had a problem being controlled and exercising free will, then there would be pushback, and there isn't. So we're just going to continue to do what we do.
And the sad part is what I've been seeing firsthand with people that I know in my personal life over the last couple months is people would rather have their heads in the sand. They don't want to know. They don't want to know what, like at first, before the files came out, I'm trying to tell people, trying to tell them about Charlie Kirk, trying to tell them about J.E., trying to tell them about, you know, what happened in September in 2001. And people just want to write me off as crazy. It's like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're that guy at the party. You're nuts, blah, 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 blah. But then all of a sudden the files start coming out. More evidence comes out. You know, like you learn more every day. And then all of a sudden people just can't handle it. Like they can't handle it.
Well,
like you have it right there in the face.
Kicks in, man. The cognitive dissonance kicks in because then
100%.
Immediately they go into defensive mode, and then this is what I was talking about before. They'll shift the goalpost to something totally different because they can't just eat the L and say, you know what, you were right, I was wrong.
It's not about eating the L. It's
They
you have to
see
accept
it,
that
though.
their whole life is a lie.
Yes, exactly.
The chat
that.
wants to keep it moving.
Yeah, let's keep it moving.
The chat wants to keep it moving. We'll address some of these more super chats as we keep going along. Let's keep it going.
That, but whatever. He still he was a school where he was sent off.
Yeah.
He didn't go home every day, like sent off.
He knows better than the average.
Right. He knows better than the average. He's also a brilliant businessman in other manners. And some people are going to argue with that, but
And
whatever.
builder.
But a builder, innovative. He knows a lot of people all over the world. And then the people who argue with that, well, that's just whatever. There's always going to be resistance somewhere.
We can argue about whether Derek Johnson has his facts right about Joe Biden's body double and those other specifics. But I think his general concept is a legitimate question. Has there been a covert military operation going on since 2016? That is a big question. Were people in the military trying to influence the US election to benefit Donald Trump? And was Turning Point and Charlie Kirk a part of this military operation all the way back in 2016, even before Candace Owens started working for Turning Point? Roseanne Barr also went on the Tim Pool podcast and said this.
I'll start from the beginning. First, we can talk about the
I believe that they were all.
authorization.
I believe that they were all arrested.
Oh no.
I believe that they took
Oh no, here we go.
everybody out.
Here we go. Oh no. Never
and
happened.
that they're playing their parts, and that we're going to see military tribunals by
That's
the end
never
of
gonna
this
happen.
year. I believe it.
You want about another 1,000? So the military tribunals will be public?
They already have happened.
Will they
and
be public
will-
by the end of the year?
Yes.
You want about another $1,000?
Roseanne,
I like $1,000 on that too.
Okay, so
she says that high-level officials have already been arrested and had military tribunals. She was wrong in her statement because it has never been made public. But did military tribunals happen? We really don't know. What she is calling tribunals could have just been backroom meetings where they pull in powerful people and tell them, we know what crimes you have committed. You either go along with our plan or spend the rest of your life in prison. You could call those meetings tribunals. You could call them whatever you want. But I would not be surprised if those meetings happened.
there are a lot of things we don't know about. There's a lot of things the government is doing we don't
There's
know
nothing
about.
I don't know about, honey. I am a nosy old Jewish woman, and I can get in anywhere. You
I
know
believe
what?
it.
One
Anywheres.
thing is, one thing is when you're as famous and damn good looking as me, Tim. I can stick my nose in anybody's business. I know how. I'm a grandmother, and I have stuck my nose in the thick of it this time.
In my opinion, I do not believe that Roseanne has all of her facts correct, but it sounds to me like she's talking to someone. She says that she used her fame to get in contact with a high-level military official who is telling her that something is going on behind the scenes in the military to influence the election of Donald Trump.
That would be QAnon right there.
Dude, this is
essentially.
literally,
that's what I look
thank
at.
you. Yes, that's why I was raising.
That's
my
how I
hand.
assume it. Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. First of all, she's a huge QAnon person. She's into it. She is openly into it, has been for a long time.
Into it as exposing it, or into it on the side of it?
No, on the side of it, as being a proponent of it. And essentially what you just heard her say is what I was trying to explain before. that it's a military operation, very clandestine, very limited scope in terms of the amount of people that are involved directly. Obviously, it would require a lot of people under those people in order to actually enact any of the stuff they're talking about. But a huge part of this whole thing that I did leave out when I was talking about like summarizing Q is these people believe that every single person that you see that's a bad guy is not actually them. That these people have literally been arrested, brought to Guantanamo Bay, are serving life sentences for their crimes against humanity. And everyone from Obama to Biden to Michelle Obama to whoever you can name, Hillary Clinton, which, listen, I could show you 3 versions of Hillary Clinton that none of them match up. So that one I'll give them. But they say literally every single person that you see has been arrested, has gone through the military tribunal process, which would be very similar to like Nuremberg trials for the kind of crimes that they carried out. And they didn't get to say, oh, we were just, following orders and, too bad. Well, you're going to pay for what you've done. They believe that that is what essentially has happened already. It's already done. It's already in the books. And none of these people are actually still around right now. These are all body doubles or clones or, whatever you want to call it. And we're watching a literal movie unfold to wake up the rest of the people that are not awake to the way that the system works and the way that it's run and the way that it operates, and that it's necessary to do these things in order to wake those that are still remaining that are not awake.
This is a good question, and I would like to keep going, but this is I'm curious on Kelly. Do you believe in the body doubles thing and all of that?
I do think that it's quite possible. Mm-hmm.
So how would you answer this question? I'm curious on what you think about this, since I know you investigate a lot. And why would they replace them after killing them? Is it to get their mission across with their influence? That's what I would assume it would be.
Yeah. It's if you can't get someone to operate as you desire, then you come up with a plan B.
Yeah, that's interesting for sure. Makes sense too.
I don't have your chat pulled up, but what's the consensus in your chat, Tanks? Like, what are people saying about all this stuff? What do they think? What's the temperature in the room?
They all think QAnon is bullshit. It's a Zionist attack. Roseanne is on drugs, and Trump has lost credibility. That's the gist of it.
Hard to dispute a lot of that, man. Honestly, kind of hard to dispute a lot of that, man.
Baze, you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, as far as like the whole body doubles thing, I think it's very clear that the people that run the country, they don't really have much regard for us. So they like to control the narratives. They like to control the controversy. They would rather create their own controversies and their own stories to distract us from what they're really doing. Because as long as they can control our reality, they can control everything. The second the people start waking up and seeing what's really going on, then they have opinions to what's really going on. And they might want to do things to change what's really going on. But if they're just doing everything behind the scenes and they're just creating all these different WWE type scenarios to bullshit us, then everyone's just chasing their tail and just chasing ghosts and spending all their time, energy, and resources trying to figure out problems that don't really exist. And that is a pretty good way to control the people.
Damn, that's based, bro. That's some of the realest shit I've heard in a minute, man. And that is exactly what they're doing, man. Keep their focus on things that they believe are really, really super important and that are worth fighting for, while these people are distracted fighting those individual battles about women in men's or men in women's bathrooms, or I take your pick, man. Culture war issues, political shit,
and while they do it, they try to separate us from God, because that's the other way. Because if we believed in God and we knew what was going on, we would never tolerate any of this shit. But if we don't believe in God and our morality is compromised and our whole reality is bullshit, then there's nothing that we can actually do to solve it, because we can't even solve the problems that make up. How are we going to solve the real ones.
Well said. And they keep you distracted, and meanwhile they're pulling the strings behind. If they're letting you know a level of stuff that's really depraved, all the Epstein stuff that's coming out, just everything that's coming out about these people and how they operate. If they're letting you know these things and giving you that large portion of red meat to chew on, just imagine the stuff that they are doing behind the scenes while everybody is stuck in this loop of either Epstein, Charlie Kirk, war with Iran now. I mean, take your pick, man. It's literally a Rolodex of things that they could just throw at you at any time to keep you busy.
All right, let's keep it moving. Super chats, so we'll get to in a little bit. A lot of people want to keep going on the symbolism, which I think is good to address. But
given everything that has been happening, I think we need to find out who Roseanne Barr is talking to. In a shocking development, Roseanne does not agree with Candace Owens about what happened during Charlie Kirk's death.
Yeah, what's your take on Candace Owens?
Monster.
Monster.
If I see the bitch, I'll knock her the fuck out.
She loves peddling.
She loves what?
Peddling conspiratorial.
Where is all this violence coming from? Roseanne is close with all of these military contacts, and now she wants to punch Candace Owens in the face. You might think all of this is crazy, but I hope that you realize that there are people out there who talk openly about the military overthrowing the U.S. government.
When I was in D.C. a few months ago, meeting with the Justice Department, I went out and did some live streams. People saw these, millions of views, at the monument everywhere. And I would have the National Guard come over, and we turn the cameras off. They would talk to us, and it was every National Guard group. I talked to 6 or 7 groups when I was there for 3 days. Men and women, old and young, Hispanic, black, white. All of them said, we're listeners. We've already been told by our commanders that the Democrats are planning an uprising and a civil war. We know this. We're just being soft deployed ahead of what's coming. That is the enlisted lowest level. So the Democrats better know your dog ain't hunting. I mean, the military gets it, at least at the enlisted level.
That is Alex Jones. Alex Jones loves conspiracy theories.
Yeah, there it is, the gay bomb. Look it up for yourself. I mean, this is what they're... What do you think tap water is? It's a gay bomb, baby. And I'm not saying people didn't naturally have homosexual feelings. I'm not even getting into it, quite frankly. I mean, give me a break. You think I'm like, shocked by it, so I'm up here bashing it because I don't like gay people? I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Serious crap. I'm sick of being social engineered. It's not funny.
There has never been a conspiracy theory that Alex Jones does not like, until the Charlie Kirk murder. For the first time that I'm aware of, Alex Jones has come out and said that everyone should just trust the government.
It's a black hole. Candace, I'm worried about you. I care about you. And you're only digging the hole deeper. Most people 3 weeks ago agreed with you because there are a lot of questions about Charlie. It needs to be investigated. Okay? And it exploded your show. It was already huge. Okay? Now most people think you've gone crazy.
I find this reaction very strange. Alex Jones is taking the government side. This has convinced me more than anything else that something is going on here. And just like Roseanne Barr, Alex Jones has high-level contacts with the military.
I've had some high-level folks in Army Special Operations call me 2 days ago saying that they're getting major intel that there are hit teams out with a high priority to kill me and others.
I want you to consider how bizarre this is. He says, I've had some high-level folks in Army Special Operations call me about threats on his life. He didn't get a call from the police or the FBI. He got a call from someone high up at Army Special Operations. That is strange. That does not usually happen. What kind of relationship does Alex Jones have with the military where he gets these one-on-one communications? I think it is worth revisiting QAnon. This is something that happened. We don't know all the details. We don't know who was behind it, but QAnon did happen. Between 2017 and 2020, leading up to the election between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, someone using the codename Q began posting information online. They used the name Q because they claimed to have a Q-level security clearance, which is the top secret clearance used by the Department of Energy. The best explanation I have heard of QAnon was from Jacob Chansley, who became known as the QAnon shaman.
I don't know what QAnon is. All I know about QAnon is they say you're a QAnon person, and they say that QAnon's a right-wing thing, and the only time I ever hear about it is on CNN.
What up, Trigger Smart in the chat? What's up, big dog?
Break this down.
I would love to, if you want a link, bro, I'll send you a link. I'd love to get your input on this, dude. I'll send you one on X. You're welcome to join.
Q is a psychological operation.
And no hard feelings if you can't come on. It's all good. I know you've been streaming a lot, but I'll send you one anyways.
In order for mass formation hypnosis to occur, that 25 to 30% of the population has to gain some sort of heightened level of radicalism where they scream the loudest and then they get a hold of the levers of power. Right? Now, when it comes down to
this guy's something,
this process from happening, all you need is
You have
5
one of those, right?
or more.
Which one? One of these outfits? This hat right
Oh
here?
yeah. I mean, hey, look.
Yo, I kind of wish that I wore this when I did the reenactment.
Exactly. I mean, did they find one of those? Anything with fur in the apartment?
Yo, I would have loved to have wore that when I was pretending to be Lance Twigs.
That's some serious
We
that's some
didn't see
serious
any
furry
fur, did
business.
we?
Yeah, I mean,
I like his
this is
horns.
This is a very interesting connection to the furry industry that I never really thought about. QAnon and furry and all that, and this dude right here.
Yep. Just dropping that little nugget in there.
That hit me sideways.
Sorry. Hey,
You've been doing that to me lately.
I know. You got to watch out for me.
Of the population to not become hypnotized and say, no, this is ludicrous. You are nuts. We are not doing that. Now, we've seen the effects of mass formation hypnosis, critical factor bypass, and neurolinguistic programming in Nazi Germany. We saw it with the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia and the USSR. We saw it in the Red Revolution in China and the Chinese Communist Party, okay? So we've seen the effects of this process, and it is psychological warfare.
What he is saying is that he believes that QAnon was a reaction to Operation Mockingbird. Operation Mockingbird is well documented. We know it existed. It was a CIA program to influence the US mainstream media. In 2013, Obama signed a law called the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act. In the scope of normal CIA operations, they create propaganda materials for foreign countries. This new law removed restrictions so that the US government could now share these materials with the US media. People will criticize this claim by saying that we don't know for sure if the CIA is doing this. And that is true. We have no idea what the CIA is doing. I cannot point to any specific examples of people at ABC or CBS who are spewing government propaganda. But it is in the law. You can go read it for yourself. We just don't know to what extent it is happening.
So Q is this person
who's playing it really safe there, huh?
I think it's
I mean, that's a fact. What you just said about the Smith-Mundt Act and Obama, that's you could just check that out.
No, but when he's saying that there's like however he worded it, that we don't know that, you know, for sure any of these.
He's being very careful.
I said he's playing it very, very safe.
Yeah.
Where is it? Did Zach say? Sorry, I was reading the chat was Zach saying it?
Or if the CIA is doing this. And that is true. We have no idea what the CIA is doing. I cannot point to any specific examples of people at ABC or CBS who are spewing government propaganda. But it is in the law. You can go read it for yourself. We just don't know to what extent it is happening.
So Q is this person who's posting questions.
I don't think it's a person. I think it's a group.
So Q is a group that's posting questions on fora like 4chan or this other one.
Yeah.
Akun. And you're saying that
he's like it's not one person, it's a group of people, and it's on Akun, bro, and I'm doing it.
It's literally what I was just saying before. It's a group of less than 10 people. It was originally 4chan, then 8chan. Both of those got shut down. They had to move it to Akun, and that was the last piece that he posted, supposedly.
Is a psyop from the highest levels of government.
Or I would say most likely highest levels of the military.
Okay.
Because military intelligence and the intelligence community tend to work together.
Sure.
Now, what led me to that conclusion is the numerical code in the Q drops themselves and the gap code between the time that Trump would tweet something and Q would do a Q drop.
See.
And what is called the Q clock. What the Q drops were doing was very, very similar to the way military intelligence communicates. And this is how it is that you're able to communicate a message in plain sight without the enemy knowing what exactly it is that you're saying, because it's all encrypted, it's all encoded.
This is the story of QAnon. The CIA was using Project Mockingbird. They were feeding propaganda to the media in an attempt to influence the election for Joe Biden. Military intelligence responded with QAnon to try and influence the election for Donald Trump. These were competing psychological operations aimed at the American people.
What up, Trigger Daddy?
What's going on, man?
Oh, what's up, Trigger?
Thanks for joining us, bro.
What's going on, everybody?
Good, man?
I figured I'd jump in for a little bit. I have to do some war reporting here after a bit, but I appreciate the invite.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, it's a nice break from World War III.
Well, I'm just glad that you're covering it, bro. I've been watching almost every minute. It's just, we need somebody like you that knows and has some sort of like cognizant ability to explain what's going on and navigate the internet. And so you've been doing great, bro. Big ups to you on that.
Well, the thing that's messed up about it is there's a lot of like Cassia from Daily Fredo, you know, a lot of famous people, a lot of YouTubers, a lot of creators are being hit in those areas right now. Like she had missiles hit within, I think, 60 miles of where she's at.
Oh, no way.
So,
I didn't know that.
So we gotta pray for those people.
Absolutely. Will do. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, hopefully she's okay. You've been in touch with her?
Just on X, yeah.
Yeah.
She's good right now.
Yeah, I mean, what's been happening is so much more than, I mean, it's so crazy. It just leads up to, it's not what they said it was going to be. Obviously, we knew that. And here we are in a place that we didn't want to be at. And it's just looking at the American flag here as well. It's just, it's sad to see, bro. I hate this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't want to sideline, but yeah.
No, you're good.
We can jump back into this. I was interested in this too. That's why I jumped in.
Yeah, no worries. Let's run it.
Thank you for sharing.
Allegedly. We all know what happened in 2020. The mainstream media announced Joe Biden was the winner of the 2020 presidential election. The people listening to QAnon believed the election was stolen. This resulted in the protests at the Capitol. What I am saying is that I believe that all of this was orchestrated by the intelligence agencies, and we, the American people, are the victims. If you do not believe me, let me remind you of something. There is roughly 2 months between Election Day in November and when the new president takes office in January. During this period, Donald Trump made very few public appearances. In fact, in 2 months, he only made 5 public appearances. One of those appearances was to go to West Point for the Army football game on December 12th, 2020. This is very interesting in hindsight, given what we know. I want you to watch this footage and tell me what you see. Does this look like a man who was just defeated in an election? Because it looks to me that this is Donald Trump telling the Army that no matter who is in the White House, that he is still the Army's president for the next 4 years.
Interesting.
What do you think? Because I think that it is telling that out of the few public appearances that Trump makes, he decides to go to the Army football game. And then we saw what happened during Joe Biden's inauguration. They brought in the National Guard to lock down.
Do you think that what do you guys think about the fact that I've noticed something about sports and politics? We see it right now. We just saw it with the Super Bowl. Now this is reminding me of that with Trump and more football. Because of football being such an American sport, you know, is there some correlation here that is starting to be put together? I don't know if somebody.
I've had some interesting people message me about this specifically, and they said, "Do you ever notice how, like back in the days, the Romans would put people inside of the Colosseum? Yeah, and they'd be fighting the lions and that kind of stuff, and they'd be entertaining, throwing Christians to the, So basically, it's just to distract everyone. So you look at something like this, and you combine Trump and the military and all this power and all this might, and then you marry that with just like this blind, dumb entertainment that means nothing, that people are making millions and billions of dollars off of. You know what I mean? So it's like
bread and circus.
Bread and circus. It's literally what it is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is, but on steroids, dude. Like, it's taken on a way different life at this point. It was originally that Coliseum times, but now add the internet, add social media, add the social engineering aspect, and it's that on steroids, man. It's hyper tribalist.
Combined with someone who was in reality TV for years, right? I mean, he understands the name of the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you've, Kelly, been in the entertainment industry, right? As we've talked, and you've told me more, and I've learned more about you. So is there open discourse about this type of stuff happening where it's like almost like mocking, or like, we're going to do this, like, yeah, let's do this again, or anything like that you could attest to?
I feel like, okay, so I've been out now for 8-9 years. And I think things have really accelerated. I mean, if you just think about the way that social media has accelerated in that time period, imagine how just TV news has changed. So I want to preface what I'm going to say with that. But I do think there is definitely some level of coordination. There's still these dog and pony shows that, going to this press conference, it's just going to do what you have to do because you have to do it. And you have to cover this because you don't want to fall out of favor. Your station, your paper, your whatever does not want to fall out of favor with the mayor, with the governor, with the president. And that's unfortunately the way it is.
Well, another example of this too is Nicki Minaj being at the TPUSA event.
Oh my God.
Like that didn't fit together. Charlie wasn't a big fan of her. Like, what the hell was that? But that's kind of the same thing. You marry like the power, the politics, the money with just this bullshit entertainment.
Yeah, he makes it all the way through. Sports, music, symbolism that's been rampant in the chat, the symbolism, and all of them like working cohesively is like one element. Like I said on the earlier members only stream, it's like one big entity pushing this agenda. And QAnon, I guess, I'm gonna have to do some studying on that.
National Guard to lock down Washington, D.C. And as Joe Biden's motorcade was driving through the city, large numbers of the military were turning their backs to the president's car.
Whoa, that's crazy.
There's a lot of weird shit, man, that the Q people point to, man. There is a lot of weird shit that happened during Biden's 4 years, man.
This is when Biden had just been won the office again, I guess.
Oh, dude, there was a lot of instances of this, like where it should be a certain type of display from the military or a certain amount of gunshots going off or whatever it is that they're doing that just was not a thing under Biden, man. It was really weird, dude. Not saying it's like a Q-proof or anything like that, but a lot of weird anomalous kind of stuff that is kind of, I don't know. It seems really random on its face, each thing on its own, but as a collective, I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff that happened that 4 year time period, man.
Yeah, that's interesting that you say that now. How many gunshots go off? It's like things that the general population wouldn't pick up on or
Wouldn't
know.
catch. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there were people reporting on it, obviously, in real time that were talking about all this kind of stuff, but they were the ones that were called a bunch of kooks and kicked off the internet and had, you know, smear pieces written about them and all kinds of stuff like that.
I'm gonna keep going. I will get to the super chats after we finish this video here.
Now, when this video started going viral, a spokesperson for the National Guard released an official statement saying that the troops were not turning their backs in protest. These National Guardsmen were on duty with a mission to protect the president against potential threats. Some are facing out to ensure the safety of all. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. If there is anyone who knows about the military, do these soldiers look like they are facing away because they are looking for danger? Now, I know that people are going to criticize me in this video for getting into conspiracies, but I don't think I'm saying anything that is too far-fetched. 1. The military convinced Donald Trump to run for president. 2. There's infighting among intelligence agencies. 3. People within the military wanted to influence the election. 4. Charlie Kirk and Tyler Boyer have a strange photo flashing hand signs. 5. There is evidence Turning Point was violating election laws. 6. There is evidence of financial irregularities at Turning Point. 7. Turning Point has multiple employees with connections to Fort Huachuca. And 8. Fort Huachuca is the U.S. Army Intelligence Center of Excellence.
I will say, like, all of this list might go well together, but number 4 to me is, I don't know. I have a hard time with the signs thing.
Yeah, that one specific. I don't really have a problem with the signs. That particular image of
fitting it into the list for me at least.
Yeah, it just seems like everything else I kind of get. You know what I mean? I think that there's probably a good argument that could be made for the other 7 points up there. I don't know about number 4. It seems like a reach, man. It's like a stretch. You know what I mean?
Hold on, let's run a couple possible scenarios, because it's one thing when you just say yes or no because of A, B, or C. It's another thing when you actually run the probabilities and you include the other factors. Number 1, you cannot disregard the fact with the whole Michael Aquino, Paul E. Vallely connection. You literally have a high priest Satanist and the guy who helped him write one of his books on psychological warfare on the advisory council for Turning Point USA. So to rule out both of them or one of them as doing the sign is 2 different things. It is very possible.
Run that one more time for me. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I don't think I knew what you just said. I don't think I've heard that before.
Oh, look up Michael Aquino and
no, I know about Michael Aquino, but what was the relation to Turning Point?
That Paul E. Vallely was on the advisory council. It was actually Jesse on Fire that covered this.
He's still on it.
Is he still on it? I think
he's like a board director or something. Like he's still involved.
Yeah, they might have taken him off the website just for the PR.
Yeah, but then you have Aquino. And Aquino and him wrote a book together about, intelligence and mind control and that kind of stuff. And then Aquino has a lot of connections to like satanic churches and stuff.
He's a high priest Satanist, and he was connected to a lawsuit where there was dozens of kids that got abused and even got STDs.
And a major settlement that had
$60 million in San Francisco. So the idea that it's like, I don't think it's as simple as maybe the picture means something, maybe not. You have to put all the other factors into play, and then you have to ask yourself, is it possible that maybe one of them was doing that as some form of symbolism and the other one wasn't, or maybe both of them? Was somebody else, like maybe they were just low level and they didn't understand what it means? They saw people above them doing it that were doing it for different reasons. Like there are so many different scenarios. I think it's just ignorant to just write it off as it means this or it means nothing. I don't know. What do you guys think?
No, it's a good point. It's a good point. It's a valid point, man. Especially with the preface of what you said leading up to that about the whole Michael Aquino thing. I think that's a definite angle to look at as well. Yeah, for sure, man. It's a valid point, dude.
Well, when you plug it all together, Tyler Boyer is not just some dude either, right? He's and he said in this video again, which I've already seen, he's part of the Republican Party machinery, if you will, down in Arizona, obviously trying to pull a lot of strings, data, superfeed, which I've covered a lot on my channel, with voter data technology. And so I can see a connection here where you've got Lori Fronsvy. I mean, I'm trying to piece everything together, but again, I'm thinking back to the photo, right? The photo of the hand symbolism. And it is kind of interesting, right? Why it can't just be just some dudes goofing around. And even if, why do that instead of that or this or that, or there's so many other options. But it's interesting to see it like this on this board right here with these together, because then when you talked about Bays, the military and, you know, the way that all of these might connect, if you look at it abstractly.
Yeah, you look at these as nodes, and I'll tell you right now, you could add 1,000 more nodes to this, and you could probably add a lot that are more meaningful and would have higher priors.
Yeah.
Maybe that's something we can look into.
Yeah, absolutely. I built that. That thing is that we built earlier in the members live is pretty dope right now. So I was working on it while we were. All right, let's keep
That was
going.
so cool. I'm like,
Yeah.
I want more.
Yeah, I can pull it up in a little bit.
This is the definition of a conspiracy. The only question is, how far did this conspiracy go? Did the military actually break the law to try to influence the election for Donald Trump? Now, with all of this in mind, let us revisit what happened on the day that Charlie Kirk was murdered. I'm going to show you 3 things that most people have missed. Number 1, the van. On the day of the shooting, there was a black van pulled up right behind Charlie Kirk's tent. This is a breakdown given by a small YouTuber, Algiest Nydream.
And then it's Kirk.
Can we pause it real quick?
Yeah.
So I just want to make a point. So you're saying a lot of people didn't know about this, and it's a small YouTuber, yet we have hundreds of thousands of views on the videos where he was showing that theory on my channel. So this is not a new thing. This is not an unknown thing. All this stuff was known. Just like Algeist, yeah, just like the pocket pistol. You know, he also talked about it on Jesse on Fire. So
yeah,
because he's trying to minimize it.
Been in my DMs, and I've talked to him as well about certain things. Yeah, this guy right here, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I also just want to ask one question before we start this. So far we've watched the majority of this so far. And I think we've all come to the conclusion, like with the government, that the whole left versus right being like WWE and it's 2 wings, 1 bird. Now, watching this video, do you guys feel like he's coming from that angle? Or do you think that there's like a very subtle, like in a very subtle way, that he's like reinforcing this like left versus right narrative?
Who, Algeist?
No, Wolves and Finance.
Oh, Zach?
He's talking about like the intelligence,
Oh,
you
the
know,
intelligence.
military versus the intelligence and CIA versus, you know, FBI and that kind of stuff. I think he's trying to make it a new angle, like a new spin on it, but I think it's the same thing. It's left versus right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's how I feel too, and I'm like waiting for like the plot
There's something
twist.
that I
The big
really-
reveal, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I have not
I'm like, I
told
want us to
anybody
just keep
this.
pushing through this. Like,
I know. This topic has come up, and I think
but it's valid. You know, I get it.
there's
just
something
so
I'm
much
going
to
to
talk
play
about.
here. All right. I don't know if anyone's seen this video from Wolves of Finance. And it's You're Being Lied to About Gaza. This was 4 months ago. And it was a video. It got 56,000 views. And it basically is talking about how Gaza is not what we're saying. He's showing fat kids in Palestine, Gaza, people eating ice cream. You know what I mean? It's like we're being told one thing, and he's like, "Look at this dude. He's fat." If they were, so when you mention that, he's like, "Do they have phones? Do you think they have phones in a place that's occupied like that?" And they don't look upset. So then when I see this, he's like, and then he shows like, this is what it really looks like. I don't know if anyone's put this 2 together. I've been waiting, and I've been uncertain if I should talk about it. But I mean, now that you say that, if anybody goes and watches this is clearly in favor of Boston, right? So,
and the timing is interesting.
Right. Just something to think about.
Sorry, just something to think about. We explore all the options around here.
Anybody else going?
I'm bold. What can I say?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. But I do want to just point out what you just said. Put a little emphasis on it, you know, because I only pointed out the two birds, one stone, and he seems to be attacking it from the left-right angle. He has not brought up Boston one time. And that's very odd to me, especially because in the files that have come out, we know that in about, what was it, 2020? That there were reports that they believed that Trump could have been compromised through his son-in-law and other individuals that I'm not going to name. Like, that's on the records. So the fact that he's totally avoiding the whole conversation, he's avoiding it altogether, which I just find very, very odd.
Yeah, I mean, well, I could understand why you would want to avoid that conversation. You know what I mean? A lot of people are getting slandered over it, losing their channels over it. We're using different words for it.
But then what does that make this video? Like, I'm just asking. I'm not trying to talk crap. This isn't like one of my angry rants. It's a serious question. What does that say about the credibility of this video when he's coming out with the pictures and the this and that, and he's not bringing up what I believe to be the biggest issue right now?
I agree. I think by omitting that portion of it by default, it kind of, I don't want to say it reduces the credibility of what's being said, but
it 100% reduces the credibility.
It definitely has a bias at minimum at that point, one way or.
But any bias equates to a reduction in the credibility.
Yeah, agreed.
And I'm not saying about him as a person, his work overall. I'm just saying this video, like the way that he's going about it. Like, remember how amped up I was in the beginning when you guys like, oh, just wait. Everyone in the chat, just wait. I don't know. I kind of, unless there's a big reveal coming, I kind of feel like we all got duped. I don't know. Maybe that's. Listen, I'm just, you know, you guys don't have to give your opinions. I don't know, like,
what do you mean,
the relationships or anything like that.
About Zach?
I don't know. It's not. Yeah, this isn't like.
Well, he's walking back all of the things about Charlie Kirk and TPUSA taking advantage of him, and he was just an innocent martyr, and now he's literally before us tying together.
He's spinning it. He's leaving out a big. He's leaving out a big part.
There is a blind spot. There is a blind spot or something that is being left out that from a journalistic perspective, it
is a lie by omission. That's exactly what it is.
It's a relevant portion of the equation. That is all.
Well, there's another piece too. I don't know if you guys, obviously a lot of people know who Didi Got a Podcast is, but he was talking about the symbolism in the Wilson Finance stuff with Charlie and Tyler Boyer, but he said
Oh, we lost you for a second.
We can't hear you.
Charlie, we're doing symbolism as well.
Oh, it just delayed.
It was just rubber banding.
Yeah.
Rewind. Okay, say it again.
I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Now we can.
A little delay,
Okay. I think I need to reset my router. I've been streaming too much. But yeah, so basically Didi Got a Podcast brought up a good point. He said in that video he's talking about Charlie and Tyler doing symbolism, but Didi Got a Podcast actually brought up that Candace and Charlie were also doing symbolism. So when in the Wasn't Finance video, he brought up Tyler and Charlie, but he didn't bring up Candace. And I'm like, why didn't he bring up, Didi Got a Podcast doesn't care. He just care about reputation and everything. He just speaks the truth, he says. So he's like, Candace, he's calling her out directly. He said, Candace, these are like Freemason symbols. You're doing that with Charlie. Do you want to share something? Right? But then in this Wasn't Finance, he's just like, well, Charlie and Tyler. And didn't say anything about Candace. So I thought that was interesting too.
I wonder if I looked earlier to try to find it and I couldn't find it. Candace and Charlie.
It's the one where they're sitting, they're both wearing red MAGA hats and they're sitting in chairs and they have like their hands down, that symbol down by their, like by their crotch area.
I've seen
okay.
before.
I think I remember that. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to find it. Charlie and Candace. I'll keep looking. If someone has it, put it in the private chat and I'll put it up. Definitely
and again,
interested
I just want to reiterate real quick so that people like understand what I'm saying. I'm not like saying that the things that he's bringing to the table in this video are not credible, like specific facts. I'm just saying that I feel like he's leaving out a very, very big piece of the puzzle at a very, very crucial point in time, which just makes the video come off manipulative. If you know, like if you're in the know, it comes off like a lie by omission and manipulative.
Yeah.
If you don't really know, you haven't been following, you know, and you're more from the you know, the average right conservative base, like you might see this video and be like, oh my God, like this is crazy. But it's not.
Well, that's the problem. It's not that the stuff that he's bringing to the table isn't legit or that it's bad. It's on point, but he's leaving a lot in the kitchen. The main part of the meal is still in the kitchen.
It would be like making a documentary about the Charlie Kirk investigation and leaving out Candace Owens.
Yeah.
Or leaving out the finances.
No, I'm serious. If someone made a movie about the whole Charlie Kirk investigation and all the influencers and everything went down, the investigation, and they just left out Candace Owens.
So this is the image that's in question, but I just found something really interesting when I was going to look at this. So you have Charlie and Candace sitting here. They're doing the little symbol.
Yep.
And that's the same symbol you see Trump and a bunch of other people do in Hollywood and that kind of stuff. That's supposed to be like Freemasonry or whatever it may be. But that's the one that Diddy got a podcast that's calling her out on. But what's interesting is when I went to click on this, so you see the image obviously clearly. It says x.com. Right. If you go to click on it, that account no longer exists. So is this not legit? Did someone make them take it down because of, something was going on? I don't know. Very strange. But
is there a date on there or anything that we can? I don't know.
Well, and that's the only place I can
and
find
are
that
you
image.
logged and you're logged in
And
to your account?
Unless someone was flying someone flying a little too close to the sun, maybe, and that's why they lost their account.
But you see, I'm scrolling through here. You don't see that image doesn't come up anywhere else ever again. It's only in that one X post. So I thought that was interesting. I just seen that for the first time.
I've seen that image though circulating.
Yeah, so have I.
A lot over. I don't know. At least since this whole thing started.
Is that a real picture though?
I mean,
can you right click and open a new tab?
That line in the back, it's like they're like that's a corner of a wall. I mean, I've seen that.
That doesn't look like a real picture, no? Am I tripping?
No, Candace doesn't look real.
Let me ask. I'm going to put this in Grok while you guys.
She's a baby there. She's a baby there.
I'm not saying it's not real. I'm just saying it's not consistent with how she looks now.
Yeah.
I could pull that up right now and drop like the link to it. It's all over the place. It's on X. It's on.
Oh, it's real.
Yeah,
I feel like even she has shown that. I don't know. I think maybe she's even shown that.
It looks a lot more real than the pictures going around to Jim Carrey. I just want to throw that out there. Keep the reminder coming because I'm going to be getting into that at some point.
By the way, Bates, you've got my mom hooked on the Jim Carrey thing now because she's
really? Tell her not to worry. It's coming.
Yes.
All right, let's keep going.
Who starts the countdown by tipping his nose? The trunk opens, Turk confirms by tipping his cap in his ear, and the bodyguard also gives his affirmative signal.
I'm going to freeze this frame. I'm not going to show the actual shooting because this is on YouTube. But this is the moment right before the shot happens. In the background, you see the black van. Someone opened the back of this van moments before the shooting happened. Then we also see the bodyguard, Dan Flood, doing some kind of hand sign right before the shooting happens.
I mean, this is why
he's also leaving out the fact that he looks both ways. I'm just saying.
Yeah, now we're getting into the Augies.
We're getting in the weeds.
And then we're getting into Jesse, but it's kind of, well, why do you say getting into the weeds?
Well, so here's the thing that I was going to say is that there's always like something that, you can say, man, somebody could have added one more thing into their story or into their piece. But also as a creator, I think many of us feel like, man, there's one more thing I would have liked to have added into my piece, but I do agree and concur with you that to leave a whole subject matter out, which feels intentional, is not cool. And
I mean, it has
I
to
think
be
that's noticeable.
intentional. It can't
Yeah.
just feel. It
Yeah.
has to be intentional.
Okay,
at
and then that
point,
leads me back to the same video that I showed from him 4 months ago. If
Yes.
he's in favor and allegedly, not
Exactly.
alleging, just saying if he's taken money, okay, 7.7K to make a video, then are you held to a certain contract and not go in the opposite direction afterwards? I mean, I'm starting to go deeper in the weeds because I've been waiting to talk about that video, and then now you're aligning certain things that make me think, well, is there a
Thanks.
reason
Don't
why
worry. We're
things
gonna
are
put it
being
in
left
the.
out?
We're gonna put it in the model later.
My camera died. Damn it. I thought it was gonna stick.
So just you're getting too close, man. You're getting too close to the
We got
sun.
radio danks.
Well, we're trying
I'll
to
charge
keep him
it. I'll
from
be here.
trying his
Real-
camera,
real-
actually.
Real quick, I just want to remind you guys something, and I don't think Trigger was in here at this point when I said this, but remember what I was saying before about them making up the fake problems and controlling the reality? That if they control the reality and we're fighting and trying to put our time and resources into fake problems or manufactured problems, that we'll never be able to solve the real ones because we're not even looking at them.
Absolutely.
This type of video is exactly what I'm talking about. I see something like this where it leaves that something that big out, and it just feels like he's just trying to play with everybody's reality.
It's all
Yeah.
Hegelian dialectic stuff, man. It all ties into that kind of stuff. Control and create the problem, solve the problem that doesn't even exist. It's ridiculous, dude.
And again, not to attack his character, because there is a chance, because he is in the business of creating content, that he could be saving that. He could be trying to put this out first and see what the reaction is. And then on the next episode, it's like, oh, well, there's another piece to the puzzle. It's like, look what I found. You know what I mean? Like, that's possible too.
If Boston
That's
is
possible
that
too.
piece, then yeah, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He might
yeah.
be saving that for a whole other thing, and that he's just trying to give everybody some prerequisite information to fill it in later. So again, shout out to Wolves of Finance, because every video I've seen has been good. In the beginning, when
like
they
his
asked
work.
about what I think, I said I had no reason to think otherwise. So again, when I look at things, I try to look at it from every scenario and different situation and just play it through my head and try to
I'll put this
myself in his
picture
shoes.
to represent how I feel.
Yo, why don't you put the picture where you look Chinese that I made on AI? That was a good one.
Yo, that's hilarious.
Hey, just real quick, I ran this through Grok and ChatGPT and Claude. It says the image is AI manipulated for sure.
Ooh.
And there's a bunch of other posts and stuff online that say this image is AI generated or manipulated. So
But it could have been a real image that they manipulated just to make her look a certain way. You know what
They
I mean?
could've
Like,
just put
just
hats
try
on
to
them.
make her look worse.
Does Matt? Is there any way you could dive deeper and ask what parts of it are manipulated?
yeah, give me a minute.
That's a good
It
question.
it should actually be able to tell you that. If it can tell that it is manipulated, it should be able to tell you how.
The main
Yeah,
way it
but-
says its main base to saying that is that it cannot find an original. So like it can't find the source image that this was made from.
Well, maybe it's because it's from that link.
The original account was deleted.
See, now I want to play with
But I'm
it.
telling you, that image to me looks AI, right? So I don't know, but we can keep going, I guess, here.
Shooting because this is on YouTube. But this is the moment right before the shot happens. In the background, you see the black van. Someone opened the back of this van moments before the shooting happened. Then we also see the bodyguard, Dan Flood, doing some kind of hand sign right before the shooting happens. Now let us go right after the shooting.
In the meantime, they also closed the trunk to hide its content from the spectators fleeing the stands. 19 seconds after the shot, we can observe the trunk closed.
19 seconds after the shot, the trunk is closed. Excuse me? Am I the only person who finds this suspicious? So there's a shooting going on, and someone who had just opened the trunk says to themselves, while everyone is running for cover, I'm going to shut the trunk of my van. I find this extremely suspicious. Number 2, the audio. This same YouTuber took audio from the different camera angles and used it to triangulate the trajectory of the bullet.
I looked at all the clips that had a good enough quality to analyze them with the software Audacity. Then I calculated the angles, distances, and crack thumb deltas.
According to his calculations, the bullet from the top of the Losi Center could not have hit Charlie Kirk, but in fact seems to be traveling straight towards the back of the van. This analysis has been repeated by multiple people. Here's another small YouTuber, Jordan.
Okay, before we go further on that, multiple things here. I've talked to Al Geist. Before I ever talked to him, before I saw him on Jesse, before I saw him on Trigger, before I saw him on Jesse, I saw him on Trigger Smart. That was the first time. And then I did more research. I saw his content and stuff and saw more of his posts. And to me, it seems pretty interesting, borderline legit. I mean, it's pretty good, detailed information. But there's lots of other interesting information. So I'm curious I know Trigger Smart, there's been some thoughts that you may have had, other people you've had on as well. So what is the overall consensus from your opinion on this output from Al Geist, if you don't mind me asking?
So the biggest thing that makes it seem like it's legit, obviously, he has the physics background. A lot of people don't know his real name. They don't know his true background. They don't know anything about him. I do. He trusted me enough. So I know that he's been published. He's a legit physicist. He's figured out some physics problems that no one else ever has. He was the first one to do it. So he, based on his measurements and stuff, said it's good. And I said, okay, but is that good enough? So he went to Jesse, I guess Jesse on Fire, one of his buddies is a physicist. He had him look at it. And then we had a third one that contacted us and was asking if he could double check the stuff. And he tested it 7 different ways. And he came up with the same conclusion. So based on all of that, that's obviously really intriguing. But then you look at John Bray's theory, and there's parts of that that are very intriguing and fit with like the Tennessee plant blowing up and seeing little pieces of black everywhere. And so we're to the point now where everyone is so good at selling their theory that it's hard to pick just one. And until we actually go through the trial, there's just a lot of confusion, right? It's like the perfect storm. You have like 90% of this theory makes sense, 85% of that one makes sense, so it's hard to pick one at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Al Geist's theory is pretty. It seems pretty solid. I've watched it and I've gone through it, and even him and I went through a lot of his stuff. My camera died. Everyone in the chat asking, so I'm trying to charge it. But for now, this is what you get. But it's pretty dope. But then now I see Jordan Henshaw coming up, and then this is also quite interesting because then this goes into the trajectory and the air. Hopefully he shows. Haven't seen this length of the video yet, so this guy's content was interesting.
Before you start though, why is he putting the emphasis on the shot not coming from the Losi Center? It's like, no shit, we've known that since the first week. And he's saying that's weird, like that's the big deal. Like, what about all the other anomalies? If you want to say
that's what
weird,
he's showing is all the other anomalies, and then adding. People are saying in the chat we got to get through to the end, right? But at the end of it, it might all tie in, which we don't have to rush through it. But I'm just saying, this is all leading up to, I'm assuming, something, so.
And also let's remember that Wolves in Finance, his expertise is on the financial side, right? And so, sorry, I don't know if you could hear me, but Wolves in Finance, was focusing primarily on the financial aspect of things for the vast majority of this stuff. So I do think it's fair to hear him run through these things because he really hasn't spent too much time on this stuff in the past.
And then people are saying no ambulance and such on. And early on in the investigation, people were saying, well, in these types of events in general, I mean, even at a smaller event, you see that there's state laws that mandate having medical emergency on site, which didn't appear to be the case. Well, I haven't seen an ambulance. I don't know if Barron caught one in all of his oversight of the top down, but you're on mute, Severe. Oh, he's talking to someone else. Okay.
Trigger, can I just ask you something real quick? You mind? I don't mean to put you on the spot. It's just this is our first time interacting.
Go for it.
Do you think Rick Cutler was smiling?
I don't think any of them smiled, but there's some kind of smirky happiness there and a little bit of surprise that you wouldn't expect. They were like something happened they weren't expecting. obviously. So if they weren't expecting the shot happened. If they weren't expecting the neck wound from an explosion, that happened. So something happened there. But was he like happy and smiling? Not that I saw. Not same with Dan Flood. People saying like he was smiling and seemed like he was, whatever. I mean, you can sit and look at that stuff all day long, but it doesn't matter. None of that stuff matters. All that matters is how he died. Like you can say Dan Flood, stopped for a second and paused weird and moved his hand funny and stuff. Who gives a shit? Like we need to know what actually happened, not every little detail. You know how much time people are wasting on that stuff?
Yeah.
Like was he smirking or was he smiling?
I don't think it's a waste. I think it's a very valid question. I think he had a shit-eating grin on his face at one point.
And he might have.
It almost looks like he's ducking and like looking to see if he made something. But that's
or has
too,
bright ass
that's
sun in
too
his
tough.
eyes, but he's wearing sunglasses. I mean, I don't know, but doesn't he zoom into the palm pistol thing like right there? So
I'm talking about when he was over his body.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
that's what I was talking about too.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just pulled this up from Instagram.
I don't know that he's gonna, and I don't think Zach Wolves and Finance gets to that in this, but that's a great question, Baze. I do think it's interesting.
It is.
And sometimes people like make weird expressions. I don't know, but if I'll interject my opinion. It does look like he's making a surprised, smiling face, in my opinion. Like,
well, I
he's
mean,
almost
in
like,
here,
oh my God, we
again,
did
if I go back to this again, and if I can somehow go back up to it, I don't know how to use this shit. I'm not an Instagram user, but when you see the way Rick Cutler, it almost looks like he's taking a look to see. I wish you could see my face right now, but kind of ducking his head to see, like, get a good look to see if he got his mark or if whatever he was trying to do happened. Okay, so they do show him smiling. Look, he's smiling right here.
Yeah, there, I would agree. He looks like he's smirking or something.
Yeah, that's what he has a shit-eating grin. That's the exact. I was looking for the video that I made where I like clipped everything together. He does. He is smiling, and I've seen images where Brian Harpole and Dan Flood also looked a little smirky. But Rick Cutler, nobody can convince me that this guy was not smiling. And I don't understand why it's not talked about. I don't understand why, like I brought it up to Barron multiple times. He didn't want to say he thinks he's smiling. I don't think I've ever heard Candace say it. I heard Alex Jones say it for like a half a day and never bring it up again. I just think it's very weird that all these anomalies, all these things like, oh, isn't that so weird? It's like, and we go all over the place in this case from bases to Egyptian planes to this to that, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't. Everything is valid, and there's been a lot of evidence to back it up. But I just think that there should be a little bit more attention paid to the scene itself and everything that happened right before and right after, because I think it's been in front of our face the entire time, and that there's an awful lot of straw man arguments and wild goose chases, and I think it's bullshit.
Well, things like this though can also lead you in the wrong direction. So, like, I know, I've done a lot of martial arts training and tactical training and that kind of stuff with very high level, like Marines and Special Forces and Navy SEALs and everything. And there'll be situations where someone will break their leg or get stabbed or something, and they'll be laughing. That's not a normal reaction. It's like a nervous, unnatural reaction. So, I mean, this might have been like him so surprised, like, what the fuck, like, what's going on here? There might have been blood squirting out. He's like, holy shit, I mean, I don't know.
And you know what? I think that is a... Sorry, Kelly.
Rick Cutler has a ton of training. I will just say that. Rick Cutler does, Brian Harpole does, Dan Flood does. So
no, but listen, it's possible that he has a nervous tick. I am not going to argue that fact. It is possible that he has a nervous tick and he's desensitized in some way, and it's like, oh shit, and they just got him on the moment. I understand that, but what I don't understand is why these other influencers aren't talking about it, and why so many people just want to act like it's not a thing. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from, but like the smile doesn't change people's minds about whether he might have been involved or not. People still think he might have been involved. So I guess that's why I'm saying, that's when I said the smile doesn't really matter, because people are already suspecting him of something, right?
I think it's a pretty big factor in the equation.
It's not a situation where like if he didn't smile, he's innocent, and if he smiles, he's guilty, right?
I think
there's
more
so many other things.
No, again,
looking bad.
But again, that's like the argument with the hand signals. I don't think that that's the case at all. I don't think that any given thing is going to make anybody look innocent or guilty. I think everything is a factor in the equation, and you have to take it all into account, and you have to figure it out. And everything matters.
It factors
stack
into
those
the
little
totality.
pieces of evidence up, and you just everybody's going to have a different interpretation, but you just stack that evidence up and you just see where See what kind of structure you build.
And that leads us right back to Charlie.
Back to Jordan.
Back to Jordan. I mean, yeah. I made like statement yesterday on a live. It's like we were talking about Iran and we were talking about the files, and then somehow we just keep coming back to this. I mean, it's so mind-bogglingly it's not the word interesting, but confusing that it's like how like the files are more cut and dry. Iran is more cut and dry. Then this is so confusing on purpose. It seems that it's hard to get.
I know. Could you imagine if like Candace and Barron were going all in on the files? If they just said, "Hey, let's put Charlie Kirk on hold for a month and go all in," the kind of stuff that we could be figuring out.
I kind of wish that we had multiple.
Who knows?
Like,
Maybe they'll do
they
it.
could
That'd
do
be
both.
awesome.
Yeah, if they could do both, you know. That's
and
what we're here.
Henshaw, who performs the same calculations in a graphic simulation.
Okay, so this software is basically doing exactly what all JICE did, only it's in real time.
Okay, here's the tent where Charlie Kirk is at. Here is the van.
As I drag the little crosshairs right there, it is computing the error between predicted values and actual measured values for Charlie Kirk shot versus the van shot. Doing this in real time. And over here on the right, you can see the amount of error. And over here, this is simulating the mock cone visually in 3 dimensions. And what I'm doing is I'm waiting for the mock cone to hit the camera or the microphone. And I say set crack. Then I wait for it to hit, then I wait for the thump ear to hit the microphone. And I say set thump.
So according to this, someone opened the back of the van, someone shot into the back of the van from the top of the loci center, and then they closed the trunk. That leaves the question, what happened to Charlie Kirk? According to the audio, it is not possible for Tyler Robinson to have shot Charlie Kirk. Now, these YouTubers are speculating that the death was faked, but I think it is more sinister than that. There was way too many people who wanted to seize control of Turning Point. Number 3, Brown Shirt Man. There was a man in the crowd.
Now, before we jump straight into this, because he's going to go back to Rick, you've talked to all of these people, I think, if I'm not mistaken, about from Al Geese to the other guys with this audio forensics. And you're like, from who you've talked to and the exploding mic theory, and have you come to a conclusion?
So that's one thing. Someone was just saying in chat, like, how can Matt believe he's still alive, yet he believes that Rick Cutler, like, you have to remember, these aren't my theories. These are guests I have on who talk about their theories. So you have to be careful that you're not equating what they're saying to what I believe.
Right.
So I don't
absolutely number one.
Severe, if you're talking, I think you're muted. I don't know if you're talking to someone else or not.
I've said a lot about Jesse and stuff, and I've agreed with a lot of his theory, but I haven't come to my own. So it's important not to conflate the two of who we talk about and reference with our own opinion.
I think I really want to see the 300 terabytes of footage from UVU that the court says they have. That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fat chance of that happening, but yeah.
I might have some connections that I can't talk about.
Ooh, let's go.
I look forward to seeing how you get to see 300 terabytes of footage.
I'm going to call Brown Shirt Man. I want to give credit to all the internet sleuths who have been talking about this. I want to especially thank an internet.
Oh, my headphones died now. Everything is dying. Are they cutting me off? Hold on. I'll play
At least
it
the
while
chat's
I
in
plug my
English.
other headset.
Internet sleuth named Jeff Renz.
I don't know if you guys can even hear it, to be honest. Maybe you can. Put a thumbs up if you could hear the audio without my headphones. You guys.
Yeah, we can hear it.
Yeah, we hear it.
Can anybody hear me? Sorry.
Yes, thumbs
Damn.
up.
They're trying to get me. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Oh, it's out.
Oh, no audio on the video.
Now we can, yeah, we had it.
I'll fix it. Hold on. My bad. I don't know what is going on over here. Trying to stop your boy.
I mean, the wheels are just falling off one at a time.
Let me just. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's probably just because I've been streaming so much today.
Y'all give us a little push. We're going to need a push to the finish line.
Yes.
Let's go. All right, I'll back it up a little bit.
There was a man in the crowd I'm going to call Brown Shirt Man. I want to give credit to all the internet sleuths who have been talking about this. I want to especially thank an internet sleuth named Jeff Renz for putting a lot of this information together. And also thank you to another internet sleuth, Dave from Kansas, for helping me research this. Also, I have to give credit to journalist Stu Peters, who's one of the first people to talk about.
So it is interesting that you said that, well, that DD brought it up that you had said, and that he doesn't show the image of Candace. And now he shouts out Candace. It was very quick. Did you
Thank you to another internet sleuth, Dave from Kansas, for helping me research this. Also thank an internet sleuth. There was a man in the crowd I'm going to call Brown Shirt Man. I want to give credit to all the internet sleuths who have been talking about this. I want to especially thank an internet sleuth named Jeff Renz for putting a lot of this information together. And also thank you to another internet sleuth, Dave from Kansas, for helping me research this. Also, I have to give credit to journalist Stu Peters, who's one of the first.
Wait, oh, he said Dave from Candace. Oh,
Dave from Kansas.
Kansas. Oh, that had me tripping for it. I was like, did I hear something else? Okay.
Yeah.
People to talk about Brown Shirt Man. Here is another angle of the shooting.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
I am blacking out Charlie Kirk. This is the moment of the gunshot. Who is this guy? My understanding is that this is someone named Rick Cutler. I have not seen this man in video of other Charlie Kirk events, so it appears that he is a new member of the security team. But if he is in security, why would he be stationed behind the barriers? Am I the only person who thinks this is suspicious? He's wearing a brown shirt. I would say he's 30 to 40 years old. He looks like a military guy.
So just real quick on that, the fact that he that's the biggest takeaway that I got from this video, as far as, you know, at least as far as Brown Shirt Man, is because I've done security and I've done all that stuff and I work with a lot of military guys. Why is he facing Charlie? Like, yeah, obviously there's the little alleyway thing behind him, but why is he disconnected from what's going on? He's acting like he's in the audience. I know they had people that were in there that were playing clothes within the audience, looking for problematic people,
right?
Or probabilistic people or whatever. But why was Rick Cutler in the front? And I think that was the first time he'd been back with the team in a long time. So it's just him being there was way out of place. Where he stood was way out of place. The way he was acting while he was there was out of place.
Very
And he clearly just had his eyes forward on Charlie and in the front periphery the entire time. And that, if you're working a security job, that's not where the danger is. The danger would be the entire crowd, you know, behind, that would be everything that's behind you.
Have you guys seen the footage of what happens after the shot when him and the other guy are like passing stuff off back and forth? I'm not talking about I'm not talking about when it was, I think it was Brian Harpole and somebody else passing stuff like hovering over Charlie. I mean, standing like towards the side closer to where like Mikey McCoy was, where there's like clearly like at least 2 pass offs.
I saw that.
I've seen that.
But then there's nothing passing off.
What do you mean there's nothing passing off?
I've seen where they're just like putting their hands in each other's hands and then there's nothing transferring. Am I wrong, Trigger? I know you've looked at this footage.
I mean, it's a little grainy, so it's not, you know, I haven't clearly seen what was passed off, but it'd be very odd if they're just making those motions and that there's nothing getting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in addition to that, though, if you look at the John Bray angle, like the microphone stuff, then you also see there's a point where it looks like he's picking pieces of stuff off the ground and like carrying it with him as they're running off with the body. So there's a couple strange things around that.
Didn't they say that one of those that they were heading back and forth?
Well, no, that was Brian Harpole saying that somebody had brought him in, and that was what somebody.
Oh, that was the woman. Yeah, that was a crock of shit. That was what Sean Ryan pulled up. That got me so mad. I made a couple videos about that one, but you know what? Shout out to Sean Ryan. He seems to have been doing the right thing since. But you know, that was the first time I watched an episode of him, and yeah, didn't look good.
Terry have a certain look. Brown Shirt Man looks like a military guy. Here's another close-up of the brown shirt man from the event. You can see he has a unique tattoo on his arm. This person right here is Frank Turk, who is a pastor who works with TPUSA Faith. A lot of people have been wondering why he's holding his cell phone this way.
Just really quick, I know
claims
I
he was-
keep interrupting.
No,
and I
you're good,
apologize.
you're good.
But he keeps okay. So I have nothing against Wolves in Finance. I think he's brought out like the whole fraud stuff, the allegations with all that was amazing. But just the fact that he says he looks like a military guy, if he did any research whatsoever and watched anyone else's videos whatsoever, he would know 100% he is a military guy and has a ton of security, experience and stuff. So to me, that just seems like he didn't do his homework.
Yeah.
So that right there kind of makes me not take it seriously.
Yeah, I thought he did lose credibility on this part of it to me, in addition to something that he's about to say, if he hasn't just said it, in the same kind of what I'll say sloppy journalistic way as he did when he said, oh, this 110 LLC or whatever, it's
going to a
this
parking lot.
Kroger parking lot or whatever it was, this grocery store parking lot. Like, I cannot imagine putting a video of that potential significance online and not driving around at least 10 times, literally looking for a potential mailbox, because
100%.
I would recognize, oh, maybe they left like a comma off. Now that doesn't make it, technically legal or whatever, but that's not for me to dispute. It's for me to take that extra step to go find it.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree for sure. And yeah, I agree. He's got reach too. It's not like he didn't have a lot of followers already. So, and then he went
not
back.
to say that he
right?
doesn't do great work. Again, just saying, like,
But he did go back and correct.
Yeah,
I mean, but maybe,
and I really appreciated that he went back and corrected himself. Yeah.
Yeah, but I agree. It's important to cover all of it. I mean, it was a little, yeah.
FaceTime. This does not look like a FaceTime call to me. This looks like he is recording video footage. These are 3 angles. Just so you can understand where Frank Turk is. Frank Turk is pointing his cell phone camera directly at brown shirt.
What?
Oh, no. Did I just realize what he's about to say?
Man.
Yeah,
Frank
probably so.
Turk is pointing his cell phone camera directly at brown shirt man. So I started looking more closely at brown shirt man. Something that strikes me as odd are these sunglasses. These are massive, bulky sunglasses. I realize that military men tend to like to wear large aviator-style sunglasses. But even for aviator sunglasses,
Can you pause that real quick?
these are pretty bulky.
I want to take a screenshot of that and look up and see what. Can you put it back on the screen?
My bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to look up those glasses and see if I can find them.
For sure.
All right, go ahead. Thanks.
No problem.
The lenses are big. The frames themselves are really bulky. I bring this up because one thing you would want in a high-profile assassination is a laser sight on your gun to make sure you do not miss the target. One thing that militaries use is infrared lasers. These are lasers that are invisible to the human eye, but can be seen when viewed through IR glasses. Now, normally, IR glasses are massive goggles. But this is something that we know DARPA has been working on. DARPA is the top secret research and development group for the US military. They've been working on something called the Envision Program. These would be normal-looking sunglasses that can see IR lasers even in full sunlight. Here's what it would look like. You can see the lasers.
Whoa. Interesting. Check this out. So these look similar, no? They just don't have that top band on it.
Mm-hmm.
But they're kind of, I mean, I could definitely see some sort of similar. Do they have that side thing on them? Let me see. Go back here. 40. I mean, I don't know. These are definitely different for sure. Okay. I just had to look at that.
Here. So someone could aim their laser sight at Charlie Kirk's neck, and no one would be able to see the laser except for the person wearing the special sunglasses. I think these sunglasses look very suspicious, and someone should inspect them. If we continue to watch Brown Shirt Man, I also find the way that he is standing very strange. Who stands this way? If you were at the front row of an event, would you stand like this?
Thanks. Pause it real quick.
It looks like he's bracing.
This is when I had that oh shit moment. Frank Turk. I think he was recording Rick Cutler to push the palm gun theory. Go back and look at Rick Cutler. I mean, I'm sorry. Look at Frank Turk with the phone. Think about this angle right there, and then look at Frank Turk. He's pointing it right at Rick Cutler. Right there. Think about how many videos we've seen of him doing the thing. Who took that footage? Who recorded Rick Cutler doing it? Think about it. He's pointing right.
You're right.
It came from him. That's what he was doing with the phone. He was recording that.
This one.
Holy shit, dude.
How did I not see that sooner?
Interesting.
How did I not see that sooner? That's what he was doing.
Was there not
who else took that footage?
So Cub Keller would have been the person who would have been, and I have his, I have him on X. I have his contact info. I can, take a look and compare his footage to. But yeah, okay. So this angle that you're looking at was probably Cub's.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. It can't be this one. Can't be Frank, because Frank's in the shot. Who took the closer one? It's from a different angle.
Yeah,
Cubs couldn't have got that angle. He would have a different trajectory.
Yeah,
but this angle, this doesn't look like it's pointed at Rick from this angle. It looks like it's pointed over here somewhere. No?
You think so? How could you tell?
I don't know. It's
I don't know. It's hard to see.
Okay, how many people
that's
behind
not a
Frank
not a
Turk
bad
were
thought.
recording towards Rick Cutler at this exact moment?
Yeah.
Think about it. Somebody would have had to
Was
be
there
behind
any-
Frank Turk recording at this exact moment to get that shot.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe between us and chat, y'all.
Chat, give me a 7 if you think Frank
Turk.
Turk was recording Rick Cutler when the shot went off. Give me a 6 if I'm wrong.
And just to help us do the work to go back to source, the original source of this angle, right? That's the hard thing about all of this stuff, right? It's wonderful that everyone starts contributing video and all this stuff, right? But then it makes it so difficult to keep up with where it's coming from and how it's been treated and all this stuff, right? So to your point, Baze, we can figure out like where did this come from?
Well, let's talk about these glasses really quick.
Yeah.
So say these are infrared glasses. Okay. So is he saying that there's an infrared laser in his palm pistol for him to aim it? I mean, like where's he going with this? Is he saying that someone aligned something that only he can see and then he has the trigger? I mean, so it's like he gave a couple facts, but like nothing to back it up. Like Baze was saying, where's it going? Like, what's the final destination of what he's saying?
You're asking me final destination or?
No, I'm just, it's just a rhetorical question. You know, if he's sitting there saying, well, he's wearing these glasses.
Oh, you mean where is Zach going with it? Where is Zach going?
Yeah,
with
yeah,
it?
exactly.
Yeah. No,
yes.
I got thrown off because when he showed that angle, and then he's putting the focus on Rick Cutler, I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, that's what it is. And then when I said it, I'm like, oh, he's probably about to say it now. And I was like waiting for it. And then he starts talking about the glasses. I'm like, whoa, no, back up, back up, because I've seen a couple of. I mean, come on. What else is he doing with this phone?
I get that piece. I get that piece.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying, with the glasses themselves.
Glasses?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the glasses themselves, there's nothing important about the glasses unless there's something tied to what has the actual infrared laser that he's looking at.
Exactly.
Well, if
But
you look at
also,
these,
look at
these
these
glasses don't
glasses.
fit. They're going around his glasses. Can you see how they don't fit the lens right here?
But
It looks
but
like he's
also
wearing regular
that doesn't
glasses
look like the
with
same
flip down
glasses.
sunglass things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Okay. Flip down sunglasses, like old school. Yeah.
I just
like
don't
those
know.
clip-ons on the
like,
front.
Yeah, those do
I'm-
look like clip-ons.
Okay.
Let's see. Beige.
Like this is like the first. Are we sure though that this image isn't altered? Like something about it just looks funny, and the chat has been saying that too.
Well, this
Well,
isn't.
look on the left. Look at the girl's ear and stuff on, or I guess the guy that's to his left.
Dude,
you can see
you-
ghosting on all the frames. It's probably just part of the movement of the camera or something.
If you
But is
run
that the same
through
day?
Google, lens, it comes back as like a fake image, dude.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, it came back as like AI manipulated.
Yeah, his mouth looks kind of funny, you know. I mean, unless it. Man, we're getting into the nitty gritty.
And maybe
now.
he was
Look
just
at how big
recording.
it is.
Maybe he was just recording the crowd and just happened.
It looks like
I mean,
they just look
his
different,
mouth
and
is
that-
kind of big compared to that. I mean, jeez. Look at his mouth there, and then if you look here, I mean, that's a big shift. I don't know. All right.
There's
Okay,
sunglasses.
well, yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Just, I mean, there are other angles of him from even like the while y'all are going through that, I can even look at like Charles McClintock Wilson's. But actually, you know what? I have a separate sources photos that may objectively show. But anyway, those glasses, something about them look very different to me.
There's a
And not
back
just
view
like
of
a
this
flip-on
Insta.
thing.
Yeah. There is a back view, but I don't know how to fast forward on these things. But it does show. I mean,
But who took this? Who took the image?
yeah. So this is the behind view, right? I mean, I don't know. Again, I'll get to the supers after we finish here, but we'll keep going.
These are pretty bulky. The lenses are big. The frames themselves are really bulky. I bring this up because one thing you would want in a high-profile assassination is a laser sight on your gun to make sure you do not miss the target. One thing that militaries use is infrared lasers. These are lasers that are invisible to the human eye, but can be seen when viewed through IR glasses. Now, normally, IR glasses are massive goggles. But this is something that we know DARPA has been working on. DARPA is the top secret research and development group for the US military. They've been working on something called the Envision Program. These would be normal-looking sunglasses that can see IR lasers even in full sunlight. Here's what it would look like. You can see the laser sight here. So someone could aim their laser sight at Charlie Kirk's neck, and no one would be able to see the laser except for the person wearing the special sunglasses. I think these sunglasses look very suspicious, and someone should inspect them.
Yeah, but there's no.
If we continue to watch Brown
They
Shirt
do
Man,
make a point here. There's no recoil. You know what I mean? So not at all. And not to say a palm pistol wouldn't have any recoil, but not any that would be reflective in a video or anything. Maybe you'd see the shirt move, but
Well, and it's gonna be pistol caliber. It's not gonna have enough power to cause the damage we saw.
Yeah.
Mad World 1984 said that is a fake pic 100%. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it looks fake. I mean, it does look fake.
man, I also find the way that he is standing very strange. Who stands this way? If you were at the front row of an event, would you stand like this? It looks like he's bracing himself with one hand on the barrier and then using his arm to steady his other hand. If we zoom into a close-up of his hand, his fingers are spread slightly apart, and it looks like something is poking through his fingers. The thing poking through his fingers is aimed in a direct line to the bullet hole in Charlie Kirk's neck. Does anyone find this suspicious? Something that assassins are known to use is called a palm pistol. This is a small circular item you can hold in the palm of your hand. You would let the barrel of the gun poke out through your fingers, just like what we see with Brown Shirt Man. And you fire the gun by twitching your hand because your palm activates the trigger. I have to say that of other
just really
theories,
quick, if the way if you go back to when he was shooting and watch his wrist twist when he shoots. So that's a short barrel. If he moves a millimeter off, he's gonna miss. Watch when he supposedly pulls the trigger, he twists his wrist, miss, guaranteed miss every time.
I would say
There's
you're
no way.
right. It's just too unlikely to be able to hit that type of shot. I've said this before. I mean,
And then can you share
this
that
is-
screenshot really quick that I'm sharing right there?
Oh,
I got
yeah.
a close up of Cutler's glasses from the back or from the side. So you can see there's nothing there. They're just thin regular glasses. So that other one's definitely manipulated. There's some kind of artifacts on it.
Yep.
Yeah, I've never been one for the palm pistol theory, but at the same time, like if we really think that this was like some kind of like deep state or intelligence, military, whatever, I think that they could definitely have the technology to have something that's not just going to be like a regular shot dependent on his aim. I mean, we got missiles that could fly 1,000 miles and land up a camel's ass. I'm sure they could have a little something that could hit him 15 feet away. I'm not saying that I think that's what happened, because it's not. But again, I don't think that it's as impossible. Like we're talking about the U.S. military.
But
and
what
all the
caliber is
technology they
that
have.
capable of holding?
Wouldn't even have to be a bullet. Who knows? I mean, didn't they say they were using like some sort of energy weapons in Venezuela? Like, we don't know what they have.
Right. The things that we cannot even comprehend. I always go back to like when I took my boys last summer or the summer before to DC, to the National Spy Museum. Okay. And they have a pigeon there from 1910 that we flew in Germany with a camera strapped to its belly. And we're using that as surveillance. And I put that in my first video that I ever did, like back in early October or late September, about this case, and said, hey, they could do, don't forget, like anything is possible. This is what we did back in 1910. So imagine what technology could be like now. Like that was essentially a drone over 100 years ago.
I know, especially if we went to the moon in the 60s.
I'm going to hit the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh man, there was something else that I was just going to riff off of, Baze, that you were saying. Golly. Also related to the palm pistol. I'm sure it'll come back to me.
Trigger, what do you think of
time?
No, it will. Or the least opportune time. Yeah, that's how it always works. Trigger, what do you think about my theory, though, that if this was like some sort of deep state operation to assassinate him, that they could have used technology that we're not aware of, or that we don't have,
100%.
knowledge of?
100%. But it's not a palm pistol with glasses.
No, it wouldn't be a palm pistol. It would be something completely different, and that the palm pistol is like just the closest thing to like what people are analyzing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
What if?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely technology we're not privy to.
What if he's making those movements purposely to get people on?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That would make more sense.
And it's something way more.
But that would make more sense for Frank Turk, because if you look right before whatever happens to Charlie happens, there are all sorts of different anomalies, different people doing different weird things, and it would make sense that knowing that they're on camera, and it could go both ways. It could go with the staging of the death, or it could go with the assassination, either or. Because if they're going to try to assassinate him on camera in front of 3,000 people, and they know that everything's going to be recorded, you would think that it would make sense to have a couple of distractions to have people looking in the wrong spot. And if they were going to do that, then having Rick Cutler just go like this, they would want somebody to record him to make sure that they have it, so they could push that theory out to misdirect everybody from how they either actually killed him or how they staged it. It goes both ways.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I do think that we need to consider as well that if people do want to subscribe to the idea of having the shape charge / exploding mic situation, and that potentially tying back to the AES plant, and that was something that was specially ordered and made and created, perhaps in conjunction with the military and all of that, right? Yeah. Okay. That would mean
did we lose Danks?
Are we still rolling?
I'll be back.
There
he is.
Okay.
Oh, he was
Okay.
probably getting his count.
Yay, you're back.
Hey, I'm back.
There
But if we were capable,
Welcome back.
If they were capable potentially of ordering, right, that shape charge for the mission, then they also could potentially be capable of ordering some other special kind of tools.
Sure.
All right, ready to keep going? We got 6
do
more
it.
minutes.
People suspect that the twitch of this man's hand is not pulling a trigger mechanism, but instead detonating an explosive device in Charlie Kirk's lapel microphone. But with either theory, people are starting to notice that the movements of Brown Shirt Man look suspicious. If you still do not believe me, take a look at this. 5 minutes before the shot happens, Brown Shirt Man gives a hand signal.
Here you have the shooter signaling to someone else saying, 5 minutes until the shot. And look carefully who is watching the signal. Watch again. Here the man in the blue shirt turns on his video glasses. I only know this because I have the same glasses.
I know you guys are going to kill me, but pause it real quick.
A minute later, he
I just want to point something out. Just because I made such a big deal and had someone, you got to back it up like a second or two. Because there is a woman in the back. Because I'm saying if it's not Frank Turk recording Rick Cutler, who else was behind him that could have? And I don't know if they're gonna see it. The woman, it looks like she's wearing green sunglasses, right where the arrow was.
Mm-hmm.
Just I noticed that someone did have their phone
right
that
there.
could have been in the
Okay.
trajectory. So
There's
that
another one.
Rick's there, that there. So that is possible. But now that's 2 people. There are 2 people that I see right before everything happens that have phones out that could have possibly taken the footage of Rick Cutler. And we see different angles from Rick Cutler. So that tells me that in all probability that Frank Turk was more than likely recording Rick Cutler, and that is more than likely where the footage of him came from.
Yeah,
he could have been
because-
doing recon. A lot of these missions will use multiple people to surveil, and
And it could have been this woman too. But who else could it have been?
Yeah, it's this. Rick, Frank Turk doesn't look aligned with Rick. So
Well,
this
she
was
seems pretty
ideally-
aligned.
Yeah, that
Who's
was-
that?
And then isn't there another one with the camera? Or am I tripping? Right here?
I think Frank should basically be standing.
I think he's like
there.
right over here, no?
Yeah, because I think there's another woman that's maybe a little further over, but there's definitely angles that we can look at and see. I'm pretty sure we've got some folks in the chat who are very excited to help us with this mission.
Can you share my share really quick? I want to
Oh,
show
yeah,
us a dude actually shooting a palm gun.
Oh, cool.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
You got
Right.
double feedback.
So this is Kentucky Ballistics. Obviously, go check him out. He's an awesome dude. He's the one that shot a 50 cal and it blew up and hit him in the neck. And he stuck his thumb in there with his dad and drove like 30 minutes to get help and got surgery and all that. There's a big crazy story about it, but super funny, super entertaining. Check him out. But this is him shooting a palm pistol. There's 2 different shots. One's going to be on like a fruit or something. But what I want you to look at is it still makes a big blast. You still see like the smoke and you see the orange from the fire and all that kind of stuff. So let's look at this really quick.
55 grain hollow point 38 special. Let's see what kind of penetration we get. Here we go. Oh,
That would have been loud.
You see that? See the blast from the muzzle?
wow.
No.
Okay. Well, we
Now
went
let's watch.
through the
Oh, let me
whole
meet that other one.
16.
And then this one here.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll put that back a little bit again.
With the mango. Okay. Mango. Oh.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's a very clear muzzle flash and everything, just like a regular gun. Just because it's small, supposedly, doesn't mean it's going to be like hidden and not seen. If he shot, we would see a flash, we'd see some smoke coming away from it, all that kind of stuff. So we didn't see that.
Oh yeah, 100%. If it was just a regular gun.
Yeah. Yeah, that definitely. You'd see his shirt rip. You'd see smoke, all that. Okay.
Glasses. I only know this because I have the same glasses. A minute later, he signals 4-minute mark.
So Brown Shirt Man is counting down to the shot. He signals 5 minutes, 4 minutes, then gets into position where he raises his hand to his arm. Am I the only person who finds this suspicious? Come on, people. He's literally counting down 5 minutes before the shot takes place. Dan Flood does the final hand signal, the van trunk opens, the shot goes off, and Charlie Kirk falls down. Then after the shot, Brown Shirt Man runs over to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but dude, hold on. Rick Cutler is standing like right there, bro. Hold on a second. There's no way that they're going to shoot a shot with Rick right there. Shot right here. Yeah, you're telling me unless he moves, I mean, I don't know.
Wait, how long before the
He
shot?
said 19 seconds?
Before the shot takes place. He's literally counting down 5 minutes before the shot takes place. Dan Flood does the final hand signal, the van trunk opens, the shot goes off, and Charlie Kirk falls down.
From what I remember, Algee's telling me, I think, or if it was somewhere he said it was like 19 seconds before the shot goes off, the trunk opens. So.
Oh, wait, what if. No, I don't know. Because of the feedback loop. I was going to say, what if Brian Harpole really did just have the keys to the van in his hand and that's what he was doing, waiting to push the button? with Blake Bednar's when he's like saying all this high-tech, sophisticated technology. Like, what if it was just a fob key and he's just popping the trunk?
Well, I mean, still, though, it's part of the whole conspiracy. Why are you popping the trunk?
Yeah.
Or what if he just has one of those little fidget things, you know? He just can't stay still. He's just popping, you know?
After the shot.
Yeah, popping some mints.
Mm-hmm.
Brown Shirt Man runs over to Charlie Kirk and kneels down next to Brian Harpole. They carry Charlie Kirk's body.
Right there. Pause it. Motherfucker smiling. How you guys gonna tell me he's not smiling? Look at this guy.
Oh, yeah,
come on. Look
smiling.
at this guy. Shit-eating grin.
Yeah, he's smiling.
Guy looks like the fucking Joker.
It's super sus, dude. That whole scene right there is sus as hell.
Yeah, all three of them.
Do you notice anything strange about this photo?
Yeah.
In the back pocket of Brown Shirt Man, we see the shape of what looks exactly like a palm pistol.
Can you pause there real
that
quick?
looks like fucking a can of dip.
Dude,
like
that thing
here?
would not fit in his hand. That thing is bigger than his fucking hand. So I don't know what he's talking about.
That looks like Zin.
Yeah, that's not fitting in the palm of anybody's hand.
And this is what I mean. Every
Maybe Shaq.
single time this fucking guy tries to like zoom, look right here. It's like, no, asshole. Move the camera 6 inches to the side so we can look at the other thing. You know, like the hanging wire and the lack of blood. I mean, it's just my
diameter
opinion.
that looks like it would be twice the size of what it would have to be to fit in the palm.
Well, I mean, these all are different sizes. I mean, a pocket. I mean, it does look kind of. I mean, no.
but they have other
when you
pieces.
see the little like jut out to the side too, like the little.
Well, you have the barrel, and you also have the back where you have the trigger.
Yeah.
You don't see that in his pocket.
I
You
don't
have to
know.
see both
We
ends.
just need. I don't know. I just need one of these little palm guns so I can get to know it better.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Junior Nana Boomer is right. I think that Cutler is a distraction for us to consider the palm gun.
See the shape of what looks exactly like a palm pistol. Does anybody find this suspicious? Can the Brown Shirt Man please explain what was in his pocket? Because it looks like to me like he has the outline of the murder weapon in his back pocket. Now, to be clear, I cannot say for sure that Brown Shirt Man murdered Charlie Kirk. This is all circumstantial evidence. I'm trying to figure this out from the limited video footage we have because the police is not investigating this. There are other people with credible theories about what happened that day. For instance, another investigator, Baron Coleman, does not believe the palm gun theory, and he thinks some form of electrocution was used.
Can you pause it there?
We do not have all.
So again, Barron has said many, many, many times he does not believe in the electrocution specifically. That's just something he was looking at because he had some interesting material for that day. So the fact that he says that and equated that to him more than anything else tells me that he didn't do his research and he's just kind of throwing stuff out there.
Well, I mean, I've seen almost every episode of Barron. He has said multiple times that he thinks that it was multiple things. He said that that they were gonna off him 6 different ways or whatever. Not 6, but that he thinks that there was no way, you know, I can quote him saying this because he said it multiple times, that there was no way Charlie Kirk was leaving Utah, that there was no way he was ever leaving that stadium, and that he thinks that it was more than one way that they would have tried to do it.
Yeah, but what Wilson Finance is saying here is that his theory is that he got electrocuted. Like, that's the only thing he says. He just says
no, it's another lie by omission.
Yeah, exactly.
And the thing is, if there's one lie by omission, then okay, it happens. But every single point that I've seen him make in this video, it's just like a misdirection. Every single one.
It's interesting.
I'm very underwhelmed. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little disappointed.
Well, there's people in the chat saying he's basically just covering all the old theories everyone already debunked.
Yeah.
He's going all the way back to QAnon. I'm surprised he didn't bring up the freaking passports from 9/11. I mean, I'm just being real.
Careful. You can give some ideas away. No, I know. You're based. Base is base.
No, like, come on. What do we? Well, what's next? He's going to talk about how Lee Harvey Oswald, whatever his name was. Like, come on. I fucking can't.
So this is the further along we get. I would like to see what this rounds out to, but
form of electrocution was used. We do not have all the details, and I am still open to other explanations about what happened. But my opinion, even if we don't have all the facts figured out, this looks like a full-scale military operation. We need a full investigation. We need congressional hearings. One of the questions everyone keeps asking is why Cash Patel, the head of the FBI, is not investigating any of these leads. Why isn't he looking into Brown Shirt Man? Why isn't he investigating Turning Point? Why isn't he looking into Fort Huachuca? I believe he's ignoring all of these leads because if he starts looking into any of them, it will reveal that this is part of an ongoing military operation to interfere with U.S. elections and benefit Donald Trump. That is why we are not getting justice. This looks like it has been going on all the way back to that photo in 2017 with Charlie Kirk and Tyler Boyer. Republicans like this idea of QAnon because it made them feel like the military was going to help them win the election. But the idea was that once Trump took power, he was going to dismantle big government and give the power back to the people. That is not what happened. It looks like he wants even more power. This escalated from 0 to 100 miles per hour really quick. And now we're having assassinations. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. I do not want the intelligence agencies to interfere with our elections. I don't want the CIA involved. I don't want military intelligence involved. Elections should be decided by the people. Now, I would suspect that Donald Trump probably is not aware of everything that is going on. It is common for intelligence agencies to keep the president in the dark sometimes. But if Donald Trump is innocent, he needs to go down to Fort Huachuca and clean up this mess. Because it looks like to me like Charlie Kirk was murdered and it was not done by Tyler Robinson. I just want to end with this. I am exposing some very powerful people. Please share this video with a friend and help get this information out there. And if something happens to me, just know that I did not commit suicide.
I think the only person he exposed in this video was himself. That's my final assessment. That's my final assessment.
I would say my final take.
There's 5 of us. I'm saying that is mine. If anyone, don't be like Trigger Smart doesn't even know me. Like we didn't. Oh, how are you? I'm Baze. Official introduction. So don't hold it against anybody else, especially Kelly. I'll get very upset. But Not
Yeah,
for
I
real.
think
Like this video sucked.
So should we should vote? So in the chat, I guess all the chats. I don't know.
Guys,
where all
who's
you
more
guys are
based?
multi-streaming
Wolves in
to.
finance or bays?
Hold on, chill. Let him get it. Let him
Sorry.
So if you think there was something useful in this Wolves in Finance video, put a 1. If you think it was just a bunch of fluff, put a 2.
Oh no, it was useful. All right. I didn't say it wasn't useful.
I think it was useful.
Chat, don't worry. Your comments aren't going to get deleted, and they're still in English.
Ooh, Trigger put 2 before I put a 1. I think it was useful. I think that talking about the QAnon stuff, I think, maybe bringing back up, I don't know, the symbolism to me it's a very muddy water type of situation there. But there's a lot talked about here. I mean,
I think that it's useful for people that hadn't seen the stuff he was covering already. I think it's tough for us to look at it objectively because we covered this stuff and we know all the stuff he's talking about.
Look at all the things he brought in. He brought in Roseanne talking about the deep state, talking about the CIA, FBI, the sports thing. I mean, he goes through a lot. I think that it's at least a good reminder of that things are not what they seem, and we need to be aware of that. No?
Yeah.
There's at least 2 things.
I see a comment in here from Kitty at 10:12, at least my time. So about 2 minutes ago. That's a really good one. Even if Wolves repeats old details. Yeah. So what? He has his own audience who might not have seen yet, and he did a great job to expose. So give him a break. You all repeat what others have already said.
That's what I was essentially trying to say. For his audience that might not be up on all this stuff the way that we are because we cover it, I think it is helpful for them because they probably didn't know a lot of this stuff.
I agree with part of that. The problem with this is there's a couple things that he said that were not correct or representative. For example, what he said about Barron, and there was a couple other things we talked about. That's when you run into problems. So like if today I were to say, Kelly's theory is this, and it's blatantly wrong to my audience, I'm still painting her in a certain light, right? So that's what I don't agree with.
Right.
All right. You ready for my kill shot? The real Bay's palm pistol kill shot. You guys ready? Wolves in finance, right? He's all about the money. Why didn't he bring up any of the donors? Who are the biggest donors, Turning Point USA? Who are the biggest donors in Congress? Who are the biggest donors for Trump? I mean, what are we even talking about here? Seriously, what are we even talking about here? Yes or no?
I mean, if he's going to make a video on the actual finance aspect of it, you can't make that video without addressing Boston, obviously. And again, that ties back to what we were saying earlier. I think that's by design. I think he's purposely leaving that part out of it because then he doesn't have to cover that angle. He's doing the QAnon thing when if he really was doing what he normally does, following the money, he would see what the bigger picture looks like.
You guys, how long has it been since he received that? Was it a cease and desist letter? Just a warning letter? That letter from TPUSA.
Talking about finances.
Alex Jones them.
Well, I mean, he's trying to hit different subjects now, as you can obviously see. And he was clearly over the target because that opened up a whole can of worms with the finances. You saw how deep I went. So now he's trying to get into a different perspective. And he hasn't only talked about finance, obviously, as I shown one other video that shows strictly political. So
my point is that also part of the reason for the pivot?
Yeah. I could say that could be.
The reason why he wants to continue pushing forward on the investigation, but either he has made an agreement or has been advised that he should not continue to move forward in a certain direction. I obviously don't know, but that it's been probably a month. We could go back and look and see, but I feel like it's been that long. And yeah.
So you think he's compromised?
I think that's, I'm not going to go so far as to say that he's compromised, because I don't have that. I'm just not sure. But I think that there's something to the timing of all of that, and that he's literally not talking anything about finances.
Well, I just want to be clear. I don't have an issue with Woes in Finance, and I think the stuff he's done is great, especially from the financial aspect. But this particular video, the takes in this video, many were a huge miss. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of the Sean Ryan, Brian Harpole interview. Maybe he just, brought up a couple things that he didn't do all of his homework on. But still, you're saying, if you guys are saying that, oh, he's about the money, follow the money, then it's like, yo, you missed, you missed a lot of money. You left a lot of cash on the table on this one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, there's like Kelly had said, there's probably reason for that. And good so. Nobody wants to get sued by Turning Point. They got deep pockets. However, Trigger Smart makes a very valid point. If you're going to bring up, he's got one of the largest voices in this space now because of what he's done. He's been brought out on Candace. I think that it's true. What he's saying is that you need to be all the way vetting your material before you put it out. Putting Barron in the light of saying that he believes one thing when clearly that's not the case. Putting various things that we've seen. There's more than two.
Saying Rick Cutler looks like a military guy.
Right.
And that he's 30 to 40 years old.
He was in the military for like 30. He was a police officer for like 30 years.
Yeah,
then
he was able to retire.
And then he went and helped children.
Yes.
After that for another decade. So,
yeah.
with the military or with churches, I don't know.
He's also a pastor.
Yeah. And yes. And he's all sorts of things. Okay. He's damn near a snake.
Rob McCoy's a pastor.
Especially to Kelly.
Yeah. Yeah. But look, I mean, clearly he didn't do enough research on him, or chose not to get into all of those things because he didn't want to go too far down that rabbit hole and just send people off on a distraction. I don't know.
But when you consistently aren't vetting your information provably, is that just lack of research, or is that pushing a narrative a certain way and leaving things out by omission purposely? Like,
well, it's both.
Yeah, right.
Both.
Like that's the way it comes across to me.
It's becoming a trend, I would say, and I don't it makes me really sad because I think he's done such valuable stuff, and I really want to hope that it's like not just that he's over his skis,
Listen, athletes throw games sometimes. Boxers throw fights. Let's just be real.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
You could be right. You could be right 90% of the time, and you can get pushed out by the biggest influencers. So that when you're right 90% of the time, the one time you throw that bad pitch or that one time you throw that fight, it counts.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of I think that it's this video, like I said, raises some interesting perspectives. I think that there's value there. Raises the QAnon thing, and then also to me, it brings deeper reasoning or at least looking at Iran. Charlie, if we are honest here, Charlie back when said he wasn't about this bombing Iran situation, and now look where we are, and he's timing this right after the day after we go to war with Iran. I think it's kind of interesting.
I think that you make a great point. That is a great analysis. Everything's, it's like they're keeping us from locking in on one specific thing. It's like, oh, one day it's this and then it's that, and they're just keeping our attention all over the place. That's why I think with all this craziness with the Charlie Kirk case, I think that the best thing that everybody could do, all the influencers, every influencer on YouTube, maybe we should just lock in on the files. I mean, Ian Carroll came out with Web. I haven't seen a Barron or a Candace on there once using it. We've used it a couple times, and we found some pretty cool stuff when we did. Imagine if everybody was like really digging through.
Well, we got to stay. We can't just we can't stay focused on one or the other. We got to do multiple, right? The problem with the files is that YouTube doesn't like it, so we got to be careful. But I do want to read some of these chats.
Yeah, that's probably why I
There's-
only got 70 people watching right now, and that's like a lot for me.
There are some supers from multiple people here. I don't know if you guys want to hop into that now, so we're not here all night, but I'm
Yeah,
sure that
let's
we could give our
go for it.
perspectives on that. Whoever wants to stick around, I'm happy to.
Yeah, I've got to actually head out, but I appreciate you, Dan. Thank you for having me, man. And shout out to everyone on the panel. I look forward to rocking with you guys again soon. Hopefully, it was a great panel. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
man.
bro. Thanks for coming,
thank
man.
you.
We'll do it again soon.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you.
We got to hop on the
Absolutely,
Rumble and do
likewise, man.
some conspiracy stuff soon.
Yeah, I followed all y'all. Trigger, shout out, man. I love your content, by the way, man. Been subscribed to your joint, man. But Kelly and Bays, I just subscribed to y'all and look forward to checking out your content. I'll
Yeah,
be
you
putting
guys
stuff
can,
out on my channel as well. This
Yeah,
week
100%. I'll subscribe back and check it out.
I appreciate it, man. It's a brand new channel. Long story short, I was not allowed on YouTube for a very long time for my old content that I put up. So this is a brand new channel, but it will be very much in the vein of what you guys are doing, the kind of stuff y'all are into.
You can find him on
good, man. It's gonna be good.
X
I'm
as
looking
well.
forward to it.
And guys,
He's
I
on
just
X
want to
right here.
remind everybody that when this video is posted, that the transcript should be in the description. And as always, you can load it into your AI and you can cross-reference everybody's statements with the video itself, with anyone else's statements, and then it'll help you navigate through who's right and who's wrong on certain things. And maybe you could find something else, go down your own rabbit hole and go in a different direction. And maybe you'll find something that that none of us saw.
Bingo. Good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Severe for you, Clarion, and the one Severe on X and on YouTube. So
Yeah,
check them out.
appreciate it, man.
Gonna have some hot takes. I'm looking forward to your content, bro.
I
Nice to
appreciate
meet you,
that.
man.
Thank you, man. Yeah, very nice to meet you, man. Absolutely. Keep up the
Bye.
good work, guys. And
Good to meet
thanks.
you.
Thanks. You're a beast, man. Love your community. Shout out to all the danksters out there rocking with us. And let's link up this week, man. Let's put
Yeah,
something
man.
together, bro.
Absolutely. Let me know when you got it.
Absolutely. Have a blessed night, guys.
All right, bro. Peace.
Peace.
All right. So every time this is from Tanya Blaze. I know it's a minute ago, at least 2 hours ago. So sorry it took so long to get here, but so many people were hitting on these symbolisms. So we had to keep it moving. Tanya Blaze, G7B with the $5. Every time I've seen Candace Owens do the sign in her videos, she's always saying, yeah, okay. And she's doing the sign. So what, like, yeah, okay. I mean, again, there's not, I'd have to, now that we've talked about it so much, we're definitely going to notice it. You know what I mean? But I can't recall like all the time she threw the sign. It didn't say anything right now. You know what I mean? That's just me. But thanks for the super chat. Marie Pickard, California, $12. Canadian $12. The OK sign was a 4chan troll meme back then. My teenager at the time told me about it. All right. Interesting. Good to know. Thanks for the super chat, Marie. And I'll be in touch with you. We're going to have a little chat later. Kitty Whiskers, $5. The OK symbol is important because I will stop watching podcasters hours a day if they are fake and gay psyops like Q. Interesting. All right. Thanks, Kitty. Grandma Karen. I got to tell you what, Grandma Karen is OG dankster in the chat. She comments on every video with high quality, high IQ outfit content, and I like
love
your
that.
outputs. Says, hi Danks, what about the pic of Charlie Kirk and Tyler today? So I saw it when she put this up and I tried looking for it and I couldn't find it. Does anybody know what image she's talking about? Is there an image of them together?
I've seen one of EK and Tyler that was circulating like a week or
Erica
two ago.
Kerr.
Have you seen that one?
And I have not.
Okay.
I'm
I know I
looking
have
for
it.
it.
I screenshot it. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm looking on. Oh wait, no. I mean, I'm just on. Let me see if I can not cover his face here. So, I mean, I haven't seen it.
Okay.
You got it?
Let me. I capture all kinds of stuff on my phone.
We'll keep
I mean,
going while we.
you make a good point though, Danks, because you're saying like just because they're doing an OK symbol or the hand thing, like that picture with Charlie and Candace, doesn't mean they're involved in anything specific.
Mhm.
But if you see that kind of stuff over and over and over again from the same person, then that's when you start to question it.
Yeah.
That's right.
And this same person mentioned, I don't know if you've like looked into this deeply. Okay, here it is. They also said Valhalla does it often as well, and it's been bothering them. So, I
But
mean,
there are people that just go okay. Like I know plenty of people that like just do it as okay, and you know what I mean? It's like people that
Yeah.
like I don't have any reason to question whatsoever.
for sure, I agree. Oop.
Yeah, it's all right. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm
I
just gonna
found my
take them off.
picture, so
Might be better
I'll
for you to just hide my face altogether after this one.
No, I'm just kidding, bro. Oh, I put him over there. now.
Yo, Trigger, and I apologize if like I come off abrasive at all. Like I don't mean to. Like like you could ask Danks. Like I'm actually like a really chill person. It's just like kind of like how you know what I mean?
I have 6 brothers.
Okay, no, I just
and I
no,
train with
because-
military guys and stuff. Like trust me, you're very tame compared to the people I deal with on a regular basis.
Okay, no. Just because, like, like, especially, like, the first time we're interacting, and I'm not that familiar with your content, but I've seen a couple of the videos, and, like, Valhalla, like, he's been awesome to me, and I saw you on a stream with him not that long ago. I think Jesse on Fire, too. And, like, I don't know. Like, I like asking questions. Like, I like pushing back and like trying to, and I just don't want it to ever come off like disrespectful in any way. That's all I'm trying to say.
Charlie said, "Always ask questions."
That's what I said.
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully it works out better for me than it did for him because, I ask some pretty tough questions myself
Jesus.
sometimes.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
that's
being
good, though.
serious. Listen,
Big fact. Big fact.
When you're like really trying to get to the truth, because like there are some people out here that do just want to make content and play it safe and make some money, and like that is totally okay. There is nothing wrong with that. But like I'm one of those people that really wants to freaking find things out.
Yeah, I am too. That's why I'm here, bro. Absolutely. And there's no shame in that. Marie Pickard with a $10. Welcome back again with the super. Haven't seen anyone cover this. At the televised White House dinner with Bibi months ago, Trump said, Bibi told me backstage. Backstage. I'm not familiar with this, but it's definitely something I'd be interested in checking out. Looks like Kelly's got something to show us as well.
If
Thanks
you
for
want
the
to put it
sticker.
up, yeah, if you want to put it up on stage or whatever. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I will right now. Marie, just remind me because we're in contact right now. So she'll remind me about this and I'll check it out. If you have the content, Marie, that way when we talk. This can't be real, dude. I've seen
That
this
one's been
one.
proven fake many times.
Okay. I
Yeah.
think so ask the person if that's what they were referring to. That was like the EK and Tyler. I don't think there was a CK and Tyler picture.
Yeah.
But that's why I put the the
Wasn't the CK and
screenshot.
Tyler picture in the video we just watched from Wilson Finance?
I didn't notice that.
I didn't notice that.
They were doing the symbol. They were doing the whole.
Oh, Charlie Kirk and Tyler. Oh, that one? Is
Oh,
that
that
the image?
Tyler. Oh,
Okay,
I was
okay,
thinking
okay.
Tyler Robinson. Sorry.
But why? Hold on. Okay, let me go back to this. So
Yeah, she says CK and Tyler doing the okay. Yeah.
what about this pic of CK and
Pick of
Tyler?
CK and Tyler.
So that's
today.
what they're. Okay, you picked
Okay.
up on
Then-
the cue. I
Okay, if
missed.
you would have said the okay thing, then I would have. Yeah, sorry. That was
Okay.
That was so 3 hours ago.
Makes sense. All right. Well, I mean, again,
Sorry.
I've spoken on that as many times as I can, and there's not enough information for me to derive that. If there's any, okay, this would be the best is if anybody can find any evidence of Charlie Kirk being involved in any Freemasonry family tree line. Erica obviously has some, but I don't know if anyone's tied her and her family, but looks like Candace might be. So if we can maybe tie some history of Charlie there, then that would be more evidence. But
Well,
until
I had
then,
heard a rumor once. I don't know if it was true or not that Charlie's father worked on Trump Tower as like an architect or something.
Yeah, I think that's true.
That is true.
That was
That is
true.
true, right?
Yeah.
Mad world. And I hadn't heard of that, which is interesting that you say that, Base. Mad World with $10. Low key embarrassed to say I was immersed in QAnon from the very beginning in October 2017. I would be happy to answer any questions in the future. Severe, spot on. Good to know. Let's catch up on that. I think you're in my Discord now, so I'd be happy to chat more on that. You got a gifted membership.
I want to say one more thing too. Actually, since you mentioned the Trump Tower thing, and also kind of tying into this whole Masonic thing and everything, it just kind of hit me. Y'all remember back when, at the memorial service, one of the things that stood out to me was when Trump said, Charlie was a builder. It was like builder. Like that is very much a Masonic word. And anyway, so if anybody wants to go down that rabbit hole a little bit.
Well, Charlie was a builder. I mean, that could be interpreted a couple of different ways. And especially if his father was an architect, it could be in some way homage to him as well. Maybe. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah. Well, I mean, sure. It's a double entendre, right? And so it could have multiple meanings. It's just, I think as Erica says, she doesn't believe in coincidences, right? And so I always say these are coincidence.
Thanks. I just sent you something. If you want to pull it up real quick. It's in the Discord.
I got the joke, Kelly.
It's not even a joke. I mean, I think they are, they just go hand in hand. Thank you. Thank you, Trigger. I missed your dry humor and my cheesy humor.
This was a picture I took from a video I screen recorded on the palm pistol. The guy in the white hat, is that Frank Turk? It looks like there might have been somebody behind. I think there was another frame where you could see Frank Turk holding the phone too. So there was somebody else behind with the phone when this was happening. I just want to put that out there for the record because, everything matters. And I didn't... Huh?
Oh, just the chat is like, yes, master builder. The comment was super out of place. Anyway, sorry. I got excited because they made me feel a little less out of place by making that throwback. Sorry.
You got validated.
I did. It's been a long day. I needed a little validation. Sorry. Oh, somebody says that's the Zachariah Qureshi spot. Oh.
Is that the Zachariah Qureshi spot?
Interesting.
I mean, there are different angles that were filmed, right? If we got all the footage, it'd be great if we had Blake here for that one. But if we had all the footage and we were able to play it like side by side next to each other, I'm sure that we could find a lot. Different people's positioning at specific moments from different angles.
A lot of them definitely moved. Some of those key players definitely moved around during that short 5-8 minute span. That's for sure.
All very strange. Oh, I found a good one.
Thanks, you're muted.
Oh, damn. I wonder how long that's been.
For a hot minute.
It's been at least 3 minutes. I can tell you that much.
Well, I said a lot.
Oh, really? Hold on. I got a good one for you, but it's a little loud. Oh, wait.
All right. Shoot it.
File exceeds the limit? What?
On Discord, it's 35 megs or 25 megs.
Yeah, I'm going to send this to your phone. Let me just send it to my phone first.
Uh-oh, what happened to Matt? There we go. All right. I'm going to read this one. Short on time, another topic. Baron Jesse Dirty Fire,
Dirty Bomb.
Dirty Bomb, and Ports has Jason and Geo Webb written all over it. Jason G and George Webb, and Ports. Oh, the Ports from. I did go and look at, because while I was going in between, I did see Barron was talking to. He showed Ports. I didn't watch his live today, but if I'm thinking aligning Ports, is that what he's talking about? I don't know. I gotta watch it because that's all I.
He's
can
talking
think
about ports being targeted, like
Ports?
actual ports where like ships dock and that kind of stuff.
Oh, I see. Has Jason G and George Webb written all over it, all deep state. I'm gonna screenshot that and look at it later. Okay. All right. Thanks. I mean, I don't know how George Webb and Jason G.
I would agree because
Jesse.
I mean that whole thing originated from the guy that Barron's talking about in his actual live. So I'm not sure where this would be connected, but it's interesting.
And then Jesse, and I mean, okay, but I'll look into it. I mean, trail's a trail. Jerome Kavachik, $5. Thanks. Money Team. I think it would be interesting for each podcaster to stack rank each theory, then adjust as they uncover issues each on each show.
It's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw that on X. The Who Killed CK site. I think that'd be a good place to do it. I mean, he already has all the theories and everything piped in. All he'd have to do is do like a little dashboard or something.
Yeah. I thought I had that site saved, but I have to. Yeah. Anyways, okay, cool, interesting idea. Thanks for the super chat. Arwin Perea. There's a back view of his Insta. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, from that view, right? If we look at it, because I have it up right here. From that view, what would be really looking at here? It doesn't show enough of an angle for us to see much, and it's so grainy. It's really hard to, pull anything out of it. But like before, I don't think now that, especially Matt, after you showed the video and then the firing of the palm gun, people would know. You would hear it. You would probably even feel it in your chest. If you're
the people
standing
right next
there.
to him, to his left and right behind him, would have looked right at him like, what the hell was that sound?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's no way it was an actual palm gun. Kelly, thanks. I text you guys both a copy of the video that I have where it shows a different angle of right after Charlie is hit, and you could clearly see.
You sent me once on bait. You sent it to me on.
I texted to you.
I can't do that here. Send it on. Can you? Oh, you can't send it on there. Okay, here, hold on. I don't know how I'm gonna take. I can't do anything with this. Let me see. Yeah, I can't. I guess I could.
I think I can put it in there.
Yeah, if you can, that'd be great, because I would literally expose all my phone numbers and shit.
Yeah. Don't worry.
Oh, you don't have you don't have the link thing to just. It's like an airdrop.
No, I don't have iPhone.
No, they have it for PC.
I have that, but the phone number I gave you is a burner number.
That's okay. That's all the trigger gives me.
At least you're
That's trust. That's trust.
I mean, I give everyone a burner number for the most part.
No, that's totally fine.
It's not personal to you. But I'll give you my real one after this. It's okay. Don't worry. I can see you feel.
Listen,
you look cool.
No, not at all. Buddy, the amount that you and me have, you got that burner on you at all times.
It's okay. Even after all this time, Trigger won't give me his real number either.
Well, it's Google Voice. Google Voice is not a burner number. It's a business. It's my business number through Google Voice.
Or I have to call him through X, but it's fine. Someday, maybe.
And I filter it through like 3 VPNs.
I'm glad he said that. It's actually a Google Voice number too. It's not a burner number.
Google Voice isn't a burner.
Okay, you're right. Well, because I have burner, you're right. It's not a burner number, but I have like 5 Google Voice numbers, so I use them rotationally when I need to. Okay. Anyways, let's. Do you have that image or something?
I'm working on. I'm trying to save it to my computer and then upload it for you.
Hey, thanks. I gotta jump.
Can we change this
All right,
topic?
Thanks for
Okay.
joining, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I have to get ready for this this late night war stream. So, but
Yeah,
yeah,
nice
Base,
meeting
nice
you,
to meet
man.
you. Kelly, nice to see you. Thanks for having me on.
Good to see you.
Everyone in the audience, you know, it's always a pleasure. But
Yeah, if you don't, I'll pull up your YouTube, and then you can find them on.
But just be careful when you go through this stuff. There's so many people making content. There's a lot of stuff that's old and outdated. There's stuff that's been debunked. I mean, obviously, be curious, ask questions. But if there's things that people keep recycling over and over and over again, you know, you can have it in the back of your head, but look for other stuff too. Like move forward. Don't just like stay in a circular pattern.
Yeah.
And with that,
good advice. Appreciate you, brother.
Oh, there's somebody that made an account called Trigger Daddy, and he took my picture and made it look like my dad, like an older dude.
No,
we're on X.
I was on X, and then I said something. I commented on something, and he's like, "Good job, son!" Like, you know, like down below it. I was like, "Oh my gosh!" But X took it down. They said he was trying to, you know, do a parody on me or something. But it was entertaining. But all right, cool. I'll see y'all later.
All right, man.
Okay.
Appreciate you, bro. I'll be
care.
checking your show out later. so
Bye.
Take care. All right. Good, man. Good dude. I'm glad to have him on here. He's got good perspective.
He's fun. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like very, very like, I don't know, he composes himself very well.
Pretty
No, I'm being
composed,
serious.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
I
agree.
gotta
He's
compose
super
myself
chill.
a little better sometimes. Yeah, no, he is.
He's
Very
super, like,
chill.
lax
He's very
and laid
like,
back
you know,
and-
he's got
Yeah,
like great
super chill.
temperament. He's like a good speaker.
Yes,
he's good
he's
at what he does.
wonderful.
Yeah, that's why like
been watching
towards
for a
the end,
while.
I'm like, oh man, here I am, like going, da, da, da. I'm like, you know, like.
But
hope
that's
he
the
didn't
best
take it
part
the wrong
about
way.
having these different personalities, and that's why people watch. You know what I mean? It's a nice change of pace from just one person or whatever. So, all right.
Exactly.
Mystic Maverick 999 Kelly Trigger Danks. Thanks for your work. Zach said Charlie Kirk was a double agent. I didn't hear him say who the two entities he was working for were. Did you? Interesting. I did not. He did say that. I remember him mentioning that. But double agent, I would imagine. I don't know. Do you guys have an input?
I mean, I think sometimes people might use the term double agent. Oh, I don't know. I mean, what exactly did he mean by double agent? I think maybe it could be just that he was playing a part. I've shared this with my audience many times, as I say, like, let's let go of our preconceived notions of Charlie and of TPUSA, of Erica, whatever. When we begin this stream, kind of like I did earlier, but I think that he could be, yeah, he could be working on behalf of the U.S. government and also on behalf of another government or multiple interests.
Very interesting. The shadow of Wolves and Finances video. Yeah. All right. Boston. Boston. All right. Helga Shabalaba, and thanks for the super chat, by the way, Mystic. I think that was from Kelly's, maybe, but Helga Shabalaba Ding Dong, $9.99.
Could you say that one more time?
Helga Shabalaba Ding Dong,
Love it.
$9.99. I was at the CK event. Thank you for looking to every angle. I love listening to all of you together. I feel like I'm being a creeper listening to a private convo. Wink. I love all. I love you all. Heart. Thank you. Well, that's interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I would like to talk to somebody, but obviously they put a chokehold on people talking about that stuff. I haven't really asked for people to reach out, only out of respect for that, but
And actually, you know that the chokehold thing is not actually legit. You know,
How is it?
that the oh my gosh, the
The
gag
cease
order.
or gag order,
Gag
yeah.
order does not actually. It only applies if you are specifically told by the court or by the prosecutors or the defense attorneys, do not speak. And essentially, that's supposed to only be reserved for witnesses who they definitely intend to testify.
Interesting. Well, didn't the
And
court say? I mean, that was like the first hearing. He said before the first hearing, even. No.
yeah, that was, I think that was really the internet commentators poor analysis of that court order, because the judge then later revisited and clarified that. And yeah, so that's not how it's been interpreted as of late.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Good to know. Well, if you send me an, you know where to get a hold of me if you want to come around.
Holla at your boy, holla at your girl, you know.
Yeah. Holler at us. Email is right here. Let me throw it up. There you go. You can find me there. Let's see. So where are we at? Shabba dabba ding dong. All right. RC is a big time shot. Rick Cutler is a big time shot. That can be interpreted many different ways. But all right, cool. Thanks for the super chat. Based. That's for you, Base. We all know. You don't have to pay to tell us that. We all know. Emma Loy, good to see you. $20. Thank you. Stay focused. Follow the money and the facts. Don't get caught up in the distractions or the palm pistols. Love the collab. You all rock. Keep going, Max. Heart. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there's something interesting with the palm gun. It's not that it's the palm gun, but Rick Cutler in general. There's something strange. And then also hopping over the table, the way that they interact with the body.
I wish you could pull up. That's the video that I sent when you see him hopping over the table and the stuff getting passed back and forth.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's a little loud.
I'll turn it down. Let's
Yeah,
start
see
it
if you
over.
can zoom in a little bit too.
Let me get rid of that for real quick. So can I zoom in? I don't know if here, hold on. Let's see if
Oh yeah, you can't crop it in this.
I can't. Yeah, not on this one. Not in good old, what you call it?
Do you want me to try to? I could edit it probably real fast.
Yeah, if you could. Yeah, if you can crop it.
Yeah, let me edit it real fast.
I forgot that you can't blow it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going through the chats and I'll edit it.
All right, cool. Thanks, Malloy. And this is the last one here so far. $5 from Alex. Got mittens. May God bless all of you. Thank you for this podcast. You're welcome. God bless to you as well. God bless the rest of everybody in this chat. And don't forget, we are all just here for the same purpose. Remember what I said. I sensed some hostility. If you feel like somebody's off task or off trail or bringing up information that you might feel is irrelevant, that's just how you feel, right? People are going to pull at all the threads. There's no need for anybody to go after anybody for irrelevant content. Now, I do think what Trigger Smart said is valid, where if you're going to put content like that out in regards to Zach from Wolves Finance, I think a little bit more due diligence. I have a feeling that Wolves will come out with another video, maybe saying some additional things if he's going to continue this. So, yeah.
And like I said before, when I said that there was a lot of things that felt like, being omissed, he could be saving it for another episode. You never know how content creators work. Like, they'll touch on this and then they'll juggle on that. So,
Yeah, very true. Very true. All right.
I don't know. This is a pain. I'm trying to not have to open like my big editing app. I was trying to just do it in QuickTime, and it's.
If you just send it to me on X or on email,
Okay.
thanks on look.
just do it real quick and then I'll resend it.
Yeah, it's fine. Or if you just tell me where to find it, a link or whatever.
No, it's not even that. It was in my computer. It's
somebody's okay.
It's already done. I just gotta bounce it. I just had to change the aspect ratio.
All right. My
All right,
wife
who
texted
am I
me.
sending it to?
You send it to me, bro. It looks like what? All right. So yeah, so that being said, guys and girls out there, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you sticking around all this time. Almost 4 hours, but I'm interested to see what Trigger Smart does talk about tonight. I'll be watching him in a little bit. If you haven't, follow out on Real Bays at X, YouTube, Kelly Rabon on X and YouTube, the one and the only original Dankster. Same thing, Dankster Intel. All right, where'd you send it? On my burner number.
I sent it
You
to your
said-
burner, yes.
Oh my gosh, bro. Okay, how am I gonna do this?
Are you able to email it?
It doesn't
Why
let
don't
me
you send
download
to,
it.
Why don't you just send it to your other phone? It doesn't let you download it.
Oh, I guess I could. Yeah.
Just text it to your other phone.
Okay. All right. Hold on. It doesn't let me download it on my computer for some reason, so I gotta try to figure out a way to do that here. Okay, here we go. I can save this and then I'll upload it to my drive. 1 second. Sorry, chat. Drive. Upload. Here we go. Images, downloads, videos, voice. Here we go. All right, it's uploading now. And then we'll get it. And then we'll see what you got to say, big dog.
But that's weird.
Thank y'all so much for joining tonight, everybody. What a great chat. What a great stream.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had an interesting day for sure. I'll say that.
An interesting last 24 hours.
Yeah.
Can we believe this? 24 hours ago, we were cutting up.
Yeah.
I know, huh? It's true.
24 hours ago, we were just getting started.
Yep.
Okay. All right, here we go. Let me remove this.
Thank you for the subs.
All right. Boom. I think that's a little better now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I can make it wider here. There we go. And then I'll remove the chat. Okay. So let's turn this down a little bit.
Yeah, I thought that would.
It's so blurry. It's hard to see.
That's pretty tough to see.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, these images have been passed around so many
Yeah, I
times.
think it's been compressed 16 times probably. But that.
Yeah. Okay. There was something. It looked like. Yeah. I wonder if we can get a better video of that. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna actually pull something up. Give me 1 second. Okay. Charlie Kirk security handoff moment. Man, these videos have been scrubbed. I used to type this stuff in and pull up exactly.
Yeah, a
what-
lot of stuff would come up, and now not as much does.
Interesting. All right. Well, damn. Let me see if this is in here. Let me see.
Yeah, I don't
check.
care what anybody says. That guy was definitely smiling. Like I've been saying that forever, but
He was up to something. He was up to bad news bears. Bad
But
news bears.
But you got to remember too, and I mean, we'd be here all night if we brought up that interview. But a couple of statements that Brian Harpole made in the Sean Ryan interview, and that's why I don't let it go away, because he said that there was no hand signals. He said there was no hand signals, none. And at one point, Sean Ryan even does the damn flood hand signal, but the camera's like not on him. It's like facing Brian Harpole, but like you could kind of see that he's doing it. And then he's trying to say, he's like, well, maybe it was just to get me out of there, like some kind of like a term of endearment, whatever. And then Brian Harpole's like, oh, there, that's a hand signal. See that's definitive. That's a hand signal. It's like, yeah, no shit. He's doing that because he's describing the damn flood thing. But Brian Harpole's so dumb that it went right over his head. And it looked like he implicated himself without even realizing it. And then nobody talked about it.
So this is our boy Blake.
Oh wow, this is the good one.
Listen to that music, bro. Right here. There's nothing in his hand right here. Nothing. His hand is flat and empty when he walks away. You not notice that? You see
Yeah,
that?
but what the hell? Like, what is that
Look.
about?
I mean, in the heat of the moment.
But also,
But that's not the
it
one
was
we
like
were
a
looking
no-look
at.
thing. To me, though, okay, first of all, you guys remember that guy in the heavyset guy in the blue polo and the khaki pants? Of all people, that is the Y Refi sponsor. Like, he's a sponsor. He's not a security dude.
And this isn't even the part that we were just looking at, too. This is a different part.
It's like, what's he doing back there in the thick of it? You know what I mean? That's so weird. But also, it's like, it just looks like he's grabbing at, like he's expecting to grab something. Again, maybe it's
Yeah, that's the
totally
thing is that
planned.
can be in the heat of the moment. You might be like, here, go do that, get that, da, 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 and then nothing gets handed off at the end of it.
You know what else I found awkward? Actually, no, I'll wait till we cover this and then I'll say it.
Blake does a good job, though. It's a good idea to slow this down like that. Let me speed it up a little bit.
Yeah, but we got to get to that.
And then he's putting some in his pocket. You see that? Or grabbing something? What is he doing here?
Yes, and
oh,
now
and he
he's
reaches
about,
down.
Now
Did you
he's
see that?
about, yeah, that's what it shows in the other one. It says watch closely. He's jumping over the table. He grabs something off of the table, puts it in his pocket, and then there's a pass off with Rick Cutler. Rick Cutler is handing him something, and then he goes away. So he grabs that, he gets something from Rick, and he's out. Allegedly.
And in the meantime, just off screen, okay, you guys, to the right, the far right, there's the
Mikey McCoy,
really-
he's already gone.
Well, yeah, yes, just Speedy Gonzalez out the scene.
Yeah,
but no,
Zach
there's
missed
the-
that one too, but that's okay. We'll
you
forgive him.
should also check out. Look, you look in the far back. That's funny. You've got far back, right back there. Yeah, you've got some.
What is this?
That far back there, you've got that's like emergency medical supplies back there. Oh, those would have come in.
Well, this
Yeah,
right
yeah,
here.
imagine.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
You're right. Look at that. What is
Yeah,
that?
isn't that something? I wonder what those
Emergency
could have been
medic.
used for. Emergency medic supplies.
Wow. I never noticed.
And then, yep. And then there. So this, what you're looking at right there is the laptop that Philip
Oh.
was using for the audio. You know, supposedly. But what I was going to point to is down on the ground right now, like near the laptop, but all the way on the ground, is the tall, heavy set, bald security guy.
Oh, he's
literally
crawling.
crawling on the ground. Yeah,
that's true.
Well, he's
like trying to
crawling,
get
and that would make
something.
more sense if you're trying not to get
Yeah, that's
shot.
that's someone that's
doesn't
not
look
in on
like
it
he's-
that thinks there's an active shooter.
Maybe he's trying to pick up something and find something that was like, on the ground that he needed to scoop up. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean, he could be picking up pieces of ABS plastic for all we know.
Let me see if I can find something on
We're
X.
talking hypotheticals here, and I'm just
We're just throwing it all out there.
every scenario, you just break it all down, and then it's like that person that made the comment before. Remember when he said all the influencers, you get all their theories, and then you just see what doesn't fit. Like that's what I try to do by myself. Is I come up with all the theories, and then I just like sit there playing with it like a puzzle and running it through AI and doing all the Bayes crap and and just try to figure it out and just rule things out as you go. And I'll tell you right now, I have ruled out Tyler Robinson, and I have not ruled out that he is alive.
Yeah, I mean, this is also.
I have not
interesting,
ruled it
that-
out.
that
I think
shell
he's
that flies
dead. I
by.
think in all probability he's dead by a large margin. But I have not ruled out that they faked it.
Look at that. They no handoff, empty hand.
Yeah, but we got to get to the part with Rick Cutler.
Then Rick walks by, grabs something. I mean, I haven't seen this, but yeah,
No,
he
this isn't
grabs
the
something
angle.
real
It's-
quick.
It's to the side. Yeah, it's right before he comes.
Yeah, but this is the whole. I think this is the whole I don't want to. I'm nervous to play anything on X, to be honest.
Just go back to the, even though it was grainy, I think that, play the one that I sent you. I think we could still see it.
This is really bad, bro. It's almost like mush that we're looking at. But this
Well,
one,
can
right,
you try the one that I had sent and then, oh yeah, or that one.
yeah.
Because even though it's small, at least the quality is.
Yeah, what if it's not blown up as much?
You want to try this one? Yeah, this one's very good quality. Oh, oops.
Saying he's scooping something off of the table, putting in his pocket. Now, right here, look. Could be nothing. But it looked like he jumped the table, grabbed something, got past something, and left.
Yeah, he grabs something, puts it in his pocket, runs off.
And then Rick is passing him something.
Yeah, but all of this, honestly, I'll be honest here. Let's go do something else then if we're gonna do this. If we're gonna do this, you know where I'm going with this. Maybe not.
Lead us, take
There's
us
just
there.
so many anomalies, so many weird things that don't make sense unless their whole mission was to make it one giant distraction.
This is where I'm going. Right here.
Look at this, okay? This is from one of the images. Does that look like blood? First of all, not really. Looks pretty weird, okay? There's blood right there, like on his arm, but none on their hands. None on their hands, okay? But right there. Why would that be right there and not on the hands? And then look at this. See that right there? What does that look like to you guys? Just a random string? Or do you think that might be a hose? Potentially.
I mean, that's the most credible thing about a hose that I've seen, right? Personally, let me see if I can. I don't think he even. If I go back to the second episode, I think
I just saw Blake comment in the chat. I don't know if that means, yeah, I know. It's
think
just
he's-
like all of a sudden, where are we at, Blake?
where's he at?
Where are you at, Blake?
I think he's
West
somebody
Texas-
in the chat
West Texas?
said
West Texas is the best Texas. I think I saw him say there was nothing handed off.
yeah, I can verify just from what I see, at least I don't see anything being handed off.
Okay.
Nothing was
yeah.
handed off.
Yeah, nothing is handed off. All right, well, I think that wraps it up for me today. A good nothing like 8 hours of live streaming to get your body going.
I know, right? Damn.
Oh, you should really get an
Do
award
some
for
yoga.
Oh, I've got 8 hours of coding to do now. So,
that.
all right, guys, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. Go follow your peeps. Kelly, real bays is the base.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Remember, be kind, be grateful, do something nice for somebody, and have a good day.
Yeah, have a good one. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Thanks,
Take
guys.
care. God bless.
Bye.
See you on the next one. Peace.